The SSMU General Assembly for winter 2022 is called to order at 18:06 on February 21st, 2022. The Student Society of McGill University recognizes, apologies, I'm very tired tonight. The Student Society of McGill University acknowledges that McGill University is situated on the traditional and unceded territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe nations. The Student Society of McGill University recognizes and respects these nations as the true and constant custodians of the lands and waters on which we meet today. Further, the Student Society of McGill University commits to and respects the traditional laws and customs of these territories. All right. We'll now be moving on to point number 3 of the agenda, the adoption of the standing rules. The standing rules have been distributed. If there are no modifications to the standing rules at this time, I would like a motion to adopt the standing rules as distributed. Vice President Sater.
Motion to adopt the standing rules as distributed.
That's in order. Do we have a second? Councillor Wan?
Seconded.
That's in order. If there is no opposition, the standing rules will be adopted. All right, seeing no opposition, the standing rules have been adopted. We'll now move on to the agenda. The agenda has been distributed. Are there any modifications or additions to the agenda at this time? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda as distributed? Mary Zhang?
Motion to adopt the agenda.
That's in order. Councillor Pusa?
Seconded.
It's in order. Is anybody opposed to adopting the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda has been adopted. All right, we'll now move on to the minutes. We're almost through all the bureaucratic stuff. The minutes have been distributed. Sorry about that. The minutes have been distributed. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes at this time? All right, if there are no corrections, the minutes will stand as distributed. All right. The minutes have been approved. All right, we'll now move on to point number 6 of the agenda, an announcement by the President. President Daryanani, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening to all members of the McGill community. Thank you everyone for joining this General Assembly. I would like to take some time to shed light on what has happened over the last few months and address any questions that our constituents may have. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that I'm joining this meeting from the traditional and unceded territory of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee nations. So while I've met and worked with some of you, for those who don't know me, my name is Darshan Daryanani, and I go by he, him pronouns. In the past 2 years, I first served on the SSMU Legislative Council as an arts representative and then as the representative of the Senate caucus. In March 2021, I was elected as president of the Student Society of McGill University for the 2021 to 2022 academic year. When I first came into this position, I knew that SSMU is not always a welcoming space, or especially for students of color or with immigrant backgrounds, or even for other marginalized individuals. And I've witnessed this firsthand. For this reason, an important part of my campaign platform was to make SSMU a more inclusive, equitable, and accessible place. Unfortunately, 3.5 months into my term, the SSMU Board of Directors unilaterally decided to suspend me with pay during a confidential session from which I was excluded. When I asked for reasons, I was met with further retaliation and exclusion through 4 additional extensions of the suspension. I was therefore barred from performing my task and duties as president of the society for almost 5 months. Today, I still do not understand why I was prevented from doing my job for almost half a year and why the board lied to the student press about me being on a leave or leave of absence for personal reasons. All I know is that on Sunday, February 13th, the board of directors themselves asked me to return to the role of the president because the reasons used to justify the suspension were unfounded and deemed inadmissible. The suspension was not my choice and it shouldn't have happened. When I was first suspended, I was committed to respecting the process. However, during this time, the board did not comply with its own obligations or its own suspension conditions. There seemed to be no real interest on the part of the board to resolve the issue in a fair and timely manner. I do not believe the board's actions were in the interest of any student, staff, or other community member. During this time, board members made their decisions behind closed doors, tried to censor student media, manipulated rules of procedure, and further abused their positions of power. Worse yet, the decision to reinstate me only came about after I was forced to resort to spending thousands of dollars on legal assistance. Had I not resorted to legal counsel, it seemed the suspension would have continuously been extended until the end of my presidential term. I'm not sure if this was their goal. The fact that the board of directors asked me to resume my responsibilities and duties confirms what I suspected from the outset. My suspension for 5 months was both unreasonable and unjustified. The board of directors should have known better. What's worse, the rumors and misinformation resulting from my forced absence have left me stained in the eyes of many and my fellow students. The misleading narrative stating that I was on a leave of absence fed the false narrative that I've been delinquent in my duties. This kind of rhetoric often plays into racist tropes which portray people of color as unfit for positions of authority. And in an institution as overwhelmingly white as SSMU and McGill, my unjust suspension, the misinformation it provoked, simply constitutes a double standard which I do not believe would be leveled against a white officer of the society. This is not an isolated event, but it is the worst instances to harm my personal, professional, and moral credibility, violating my dignity based on a misrepresentation of facts. During the few months that I was in office, I received multiple disclosures and complaints at SSMU. Several employees were distraught and reported their negative experiences of harassment and discrimination to me. We've seen it year after year, where our processes are used in a fashion that always seeks external counsel and litigation, where student dollars are misused. This is taking away from the money that students pay to SSMU to represent them properly and to provide them with services. We're better than this, and we need to adapt our processes so that fairness is the underlying principle of what we're doing. In light of the many issues of SSMU's workplace climate, my main priority is to act on my platform promise to make SSMU a more inclusive, accessible, and equitable place. While I'm determined to complete what little is left of my mandate and what I was elected to serve, I've still not been permitted to serve as chairperson of the board of directors or to even attend any of its meetings, which renders me incapable of completing any of my tasks. Now that the board of directors have reinstated me, the board of directors should swiftly ensure that the harm that they did after this long suspension will not further prevent me from doing my job. Going forward, whether or not the motivation behind the suspension was nefarious, what's important is that we need to learn from this and remember that at all times, as elected representatives of the community, we must do better. We have an obligation to work towards making campus a safe environment for everyone. And I implore all of us, especially the elected representatives in this room, whether we are truly serving our students or whether we are unwittingly perpetuating systemic discrimination and bad governance. Notwithstanding what I consider to be an injustice, I'm really determined to fulfill my obligations as president, to push forward my platform on which I was elected, to ensure we can bring inclusion and transparency to the SSMU, and to complete my mandate. I do not consider all of this to be fair to me and neither to the students. At this time, I'm ready and willing to answer any questions as much as I can, and I'm also mindful that certain elements are confidential, and I will be respectful of this. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, with this, Councilor Kusa, is that a point?
It's a question. May I ask it, Speaker?
Yeah, so we'll be moving on to the question period at this time. The question period is timed for 5 minutes, but we'll be taking motions to extend if we go over the time. So all those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hand now. Before we do so, actually, I have two quick announcements. First off, because we are under quorum, this General Assembly has turned into a consultative assembly, a consultative forum. And as such, none of the motions voted upon today will be completely binding. They will need to be approved by the Legislative Council afterwards. Secondly, if you would like to change your names to whichever way you'd like me to mention you or call on you, that'd be appreciated. All right, Yarakusa.
Yeah, thank you so much for your statement, President Daranani. I hear your complaints as a person of color. What do you think of the claims of sexism at SMU and SMU being an unsafe space for women and gender minorities, and the intersectional struggle of women of color and gender minorities, and the struggles that they might face? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. President Daranani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Councillor Kusa. I hear you. It's not the first time that these concerns have been brought to me. I've had employees come and cry to me about these very same concerns, and these are very real and traumatic experiences. So I'm very sorry for anyone who's experiencing this unsafe environment that SMU continues to perpetuate. In my opinion, I think we should really work to improve our policies and processes to ensure that they aren't abused in a way that further traumatize individuals or prevent SMU from being a safe space. We must work to ensure that our HR processes, our equity processes are empowered in a way that have the financial resources, the legislative resources to pursue the policies going forward. I think, these concerns are long-standing systemic issues in SMU, and ultimately it is our responsibility as individuals, first and foremost, to respect the concerns brought forward and respect the processes that are used to address these situations. I'm confident that in the last few months of my presidency, and while working collaboratively with everyone, we can make some changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Andres Perez Tiniacos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to President Ariani. Does the president of the society see any type of correlation between his suspension, the article that was released in the Daily about sexism, how when he came back to the Legislative Council, we debated for hours the topics of sexism and how we do not feel safe with President Ariani in our meetings?
President Ariani.
Mr. Speaker, I'm actually very ashamed that you did not rule this question out of order. It is 100% very leading, and it's such a disrespectful question that even after delivering these remarks of saying that this place is unsafe, it's one that has continued to alienate me and force me out of office, that you allowed this question to go forward. Mr. Speaker, I ask you to reconsider your decision.
Point of order. Point of order.
Attacking of the speaker, that is not okay.
I'll be taking the points of orders, all three of them. Now, if you would please give me a second to reevaluate the rules. following Article 2.8.2 of the Decorum Policy, I'll be sustaining the first point of order and ask that Councillor Tiniakos please refrain from using further comments directed towards the President. I'll not be sustaining the points of orders against the President, but I will be reminding the President to please preserve a polite language when it comes to communicating towards the dais. With this, are there any further questions? Abigail Popple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the executives or SMU counselors have any comment on the absence of VP University Affairs Claire Downey, and in particular, if this absence is related to the toxic environment that was discussed at Ledge Council last Thursday.
Thank you. All those wishing to answer, please raise your hand now. Just to be sure, Councillor Tiniakos, Councillor Kusa, you wish to answer?
Sorry.
Councillor Kusa?
I can answer, but I would invite the execs, the male execs in particular, to answer this as well. I think that it is shameful that SMU is an environment when an exec is unable to work because she feels unsafe in her workplace environment. I think that we have failed VP Downey. So that would be my comment. And I think that a lot of other women and gender minorities feel unsafe and uncomfortable in this working environment. And thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing as the question was indeed directed to executives, if an executive would like to answer it as well, they may do so now. Vice President Pauline.
Yeah, I think Councillor Kusa said it best, and if people have questions for VP Downey as to her absence, they are more than welcome to direct them towards her as she is still available and continuing her duties as VP UA.
Thank you. All those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hands now. Councillor Applegate.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. This is directed to President Arianani. So you've been saying that you're firmly against the ongoing discriminations against women and gender minorities. And considering VP Downey's announcement this morning, how committed are you to start building a new concrete framework for the rest of your term and for all future SMU executives, even if it means restructuring entirely the whole SMU system? How committed are you to start building such a framework that doesn't allow for such discriminations? There have been so many complaints about.
Thank you, Councillor. President Arianani.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I am surprised that once again the onus is on an executive who was forced out of office for 5 months by the board of directors to continue to fix the problems and honestly air out the dirty laundry that was not been able to solve in the past 5 months. Personally, I continue to remain committed as I was during my campaign to make SMU a place that we can all feel safe. Over the 3 months that I was in office, I laid the foundation to carry out an EDI committee, an Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, to ensure that such feedback is well received, to ensure that our HR processes are one that individuals can feel safe to report towards, to ensure that we have anti-racist and anti-oppressive training for all councillors, senators, as well as staff in the society. This is not the current case. So I remain as committed as I always was. The only issue here is that the 5 months that were robbed away from my presidency will prevent me from doing this as effectively as I could, should this not have been robbed. So I am very disappointed that SMU continues to be a place that individuals do not feel safe. However, I think the responsibility is on every individual to continue to make SMU a safe place that we pride ourselves to be.
Thank you. We have elapsed the time for the question period. If somebody would like to motion for an extension, I'll be taking motions at this time.
I'll motion for an extension of 10 minutes.
Perfect, that's in order. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is anybody opposed to the extension? All right. I'm just gonna go ahead and imagine that the three hands are just for questions. All right. If they're not, just speak up. Perfect. All right. So with this, we will now be taking a 10-minute extension on the question period. Thank you. All those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hand now. Abigail Papa.
Thank you, Speaker. Earlier, President Daryanani mentioned that part of what was preventing him from completing his mandate was being unable to chair on the board of directors. However, from my understanding of the Constitution, people who are not Canadian citizens do not have a voting place on the board of directors. And to my knowledge, Mr. Daryanani is not a Canadian citizen. So I was just wondering if he would like to elaborate a bit further on how being prevented from being on the BOD has inhibited him from completing his mandate.
Thank you. President Daryanani.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. First things first, the board of directors is the body that makes all the decisions. It ratifies all the decisions. It discusses HR matters, which have been repeatedly talked about tonight. So I don't have any say or even ability to listen to these concerns, neither for the legal or financial matters. So not being, as president, not being on the board is already a huge hindrance. That there is no board of directors in the world that doesn't allow the president. So luckily at SMU, to ensure that a president who is not a Canadian or permanent resident citizen, to sit on the board, SMU actually has a provision that says if the president is a non-voting member, the president can serve or should serve as the chair of the board of directors. And I am very sorry. I know the internal regulations by heart, but I don't remember the exact laws. It is in the internal regulations of governance under the section chair, and it should be one of the subpoints. I can send that in the chat in a moment, or if the dais can allow me to do that, that'd be great.
Feel free to send it to myself or to the parliamentarian, and we'll be able to forward it into the chat.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yakakusa.
Yep. During the last SMU Legislative Council, I asked a question to the male executive of SMU. Would you resign if you made people, specifically women and gender minorities, unsafe? The VP Claire Downey has said that she feels unsafe after the recent change in the SMU structure. President Daryanani, would you resign if you knew that you were part of the problem that made SMU an unsafe space for women and gender minorities? Thank you.
All right, I'll just repeat what I said previously to just, the question was not out of order in this case, but to try to stay away from the line. I know lots of you are threading the line with your questions. President Daryanani.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So actually, I do think the question was leading, respectfully so. But I maintain the answer that I delivered last Thursday. I do not think SMU is a friendly space, but I think the onus is on all of us to work towards making SMU this place that it is in. And honestly, Councillor Kuza, how could I be part of the problem if I was asked to be suspended for the past 5 months and these issues continue to be persisted? Don't you think it's a little offensive that as a board member, you are on the board of directors and you exactly know why I was suspended, and without informing me why I was suspended, this false narrative seems to be perpetuated that as a brown person of color, I'm aggressive or I don't know how to treat
Point
women.
of order?
Point of
Yes.
order.
Yes, Yara?
Yeah, I think you're misconstructing my what I'm saying here. I don't know if that qualifies as a point of order, but
As long as President Darinani stays away from spreading malicious rumors or gossip, that would not constitute point of order. But I would advise the president to once again stay
and
far
I'd
away from
also
the.
like to, Mr. Freer Speaker, I would like to clarify that I'm a woman of color, so not that it says anything about, but just for the people who can't see my face, because yeah.
Thank you, President Darinani.
May I continue?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, with all due respect, I actually find it very surprising that as a board of director member who is in charge of HR issues of the society, who sits on the Human Resources Committee, the Human Resources Committee has failed to provide that framework that it is supposed to provide to make SMU a safe place. But the onus is being placed on someone who's been restricted by the very body and is being asked whether he would resign. Quite frankly, I mentioned this in my statement earlier. The board of directors only acted once I sought for legal counsel after repeated letters, after spending thousands of dollars. And again, the question is being asked if I would resign. It really makes me question the motivation of board members and board members who try to put me on this spot and try to even allow a motion to call for my resignation to even come forward. It just seems a little bit shameful that our society is being run by a board who simply wants their president to resign when there is no reason behind a suspension. I'm very disappointed.
Thank you, President Darinani. Just in case you do feel I need to call something out of order, do feel free to motion to appeal the decision of the chair. That is a motion that you can do. Need a second and a simple majority vote.
Thank you.
All those wishing to ask a question. Yara?
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify that I am not here today as a board member or as a counselor. I'm here today as a student, as a woman, and as a woman of color. My question, if I can phrase that into a question, that I don't know.
If you can't present your question, I'll just have to call you out of order and please.
Okay, you know what? No, and as a woman, I will support other women. So VP Student Life, would you like to elaborate on the quiet space that we're doing together? The Quiet Space Initiative. Go for it, VP Student Life, if you'd like to.
That is indeed a question. So VP Student Life, if you'd like to answer the question.
Yeah, for sure. So we're having 3 new spaces at the University Center, which is amazing. We're having a prayer space, so it's a multi-faith prayer space. We're having a neurodivergent space, and we're also having a space for advocacy campaign groups. So yeah, this is an amazing initiative. We're still trying to figure out the logistics of it, but more information will come out soon. But this is an amazing project that Councilor Kusa started. We're still working with Councilor Javed and other people. So it's been amazing. A lot more needs to come.
Thank you. Andres Perez Tiniacos.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute my phone. Mr. Speaker, my question is to all the members of the executive currently present. If you receive a letter signed by all the members of Legislative Council plus 50 members of the society stating that we do not feel safe about your presence on SMU, would you resign?
Thank you. Any members of the executive? Sure. Vice President Slater?
Yep.
I guess I'll take most members of the exec. Anybody who raises their hand. Vice President Haisele Kubia?
Absolutely. I trust my constituents.
Vice President Pone?
Yeah, we were elected based off of democracy. If the students are not happy with our term or how we've been acting, then they have a right to take that away.
Vice President Dulugre?
I'm going to keep it simple. Same answer as my fellow executives. Absolutely, I would. And that, I mean, if the student body is dissatisfied, resignation is very much on the table, regardless of the reason for their dissatisfaction. At the end of the day, I'm here, and I think we were all elected to represent them.
President Arianani?
So I'd like to take this time to actually share that I essentially received a suspension letter from the board of directors, 12 members of the society. Earlier in my term, there was also a letter of non-confidence as a retaliatory move to a complaint that I had filed. Honestly, it would be important to understand the motivation behind such a letter, why it's being sent, to who it's being sent. It could be at SMU, we live in an environment that has dissenting opinions, and there are lots of ways to fix issues that we see. It doesn't mean that someone needs to be removed from their position for something to be fixed. It doesn't mean that we need to resign right away. I think if I did that as soon as I received a suspension letter, I wouldn't be here today. But like I said, the reasons to suspend me were deemed inadmissible and unfounded. So if a similar letter comes to me, I think that more than when I received the suspension letter, would I ask, does this have any merit? What is the basis of this? Is this because I'm different? Is this because people don't like me? Or is there valid grounds for this? Like I said, at SMU, there are processes for removal, and respecting those processes is crucial. Those processes were built for a reason, to make our processes fair, not for individuals to abuse processes, not for individuals to perpetuate harm towards those who have dissenting ideas or different ideas. And quite frankly, I collaborated in a process that asked me to stay suspended. And when I did so, it is what brought me here. It is only after violating my rights as an employee and as an officer was the board able to suspend me in the first place. So I'd be pretty surprised if the same action is done by counselors. And quite honestly, the Legislative Council tried to ask for my resignation, but I urge you to ask why the board of directors postponed that motion. There must have been some reason, and that reason possibly is that the motion was unfounded and based on a rhetoric that is false and misrepresented. So thank you very much for your question, but my answer would be to think twice before asking someone to step down from their position once again.
All right. Darshan, if you could, I'll enable the chat if you want to send your message, because I'm not able to copy paste. Zoom prevents it. So if you want to do that really quickly,
Sure.
you'll have the chance. All right. With this, our time has elapsed. If you want to extend it further, we can take a motion.
I can motion for the extension.
Perfect. How long?
15 minutes.
We're increasing by increments of 5. Thank you, Asa, for the second. Perfect. All right. So, with this, is anybody opposed to a 15-minute extension? Those have your hand up, you don't need to put them down. Just like give me a thumbs up so I know that you're not opposed. Okay. Any opposed? Right. I don't see any hands up without a thumbs up. So this motion is held, and we will be extending by a further 15 minutes. All those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hands now. Nazia Daguki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question, actually, can I ask for an answer not from someone?
If you can phrase it in a inclusive way instead of an exclusive way, that would be in order.
Okay. I'd like to ask specifically
female or female identifying member of SMU, either an exec or counselor, someone who has some sort of knowledge of SMU, what the processes for removal of an executive from office are?
Thank you. All those wishing to answer the question? Vice President Paulet?
Partly female identifying, so I guess I fit your criteria. But there is a clause in the Constitution about calling for a special GA, and that has to be called by the board of directors with a certain amount of people for quorum. I believe it's 350, but don't quote me on that. As long as there is a reason, whether it be impropriety or failure in their duties, we can call for the special GA. And then as long as we have quorum, we can pass a motion for the removal of an officer of the society.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, if I could complement the answer, because I actually know the exact number of people required.
Technically,
Yield
that
my
would be
time?
Yeah. If you want to yield your time, that would work.
Sure, I will yield my time to Councilor Tiniakos.
Thank you, Councilor Tiniakos.
So according to the Constitution, only 50 signatures are required, if I'm not mistaken. And I've read the Constitution many times over the past few days. Either 50 signatures from members of the society or a resolution passed by Legislative Council would initiate the process of removing an officer.
Thank you. Now, just so that we can pass through the rest of the questions in an efficient manner, I'll just begin enforcing the 2-minute speaking time from now on, which is within the standing rules, unless somebody wishes to motion otherwise. That way we can just, not delay the rest of the agenda for too long, and we won't need another extension, hopefully. With this...
Alex, I quickly want to ask, can you see the timer?
No, we can't see it.
Okay, just give me a minute to share again.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes?
may I make a point of clarification as we wait, please, regarding the call for special?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, just for clarification, a call for a special general assembly for removal from office can also be led by the student body and not necessarily the board of directors, with 200 signatures from the student body representing at least students from at least four faculties and no more than 50% of students coming from one faculty. I hope this helps.
All right, thanks for the clarification. Now that we have the stream back up, we'll be resuming normal procedure with this. All right. All those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hands now. Mary Zhang.
Thank you, Speaker. As a woman of color working on the Legislative Council and as someone that is not part of the board who is privy to confidential information, I would like to ask the male members of the executive, how much personal accountability are they willing to take each for creating an unsafe environment, which I myself and frankly a lot of other women and women of color don't feel safe at the moment.
Thank you. Oh, Councilor Saad, please mute yourself. Thank you. All those wishing to answer this question, please raise your hands. Vice President Sater.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'd say it's hard to answer because I don't think it's my place to answer. Not in the sense that I can't take accountability for myself, but I'm not in the heads of individuals, in the sense that I realistically don't really know if I've contributed to that environment. What I can say is that when situations have come up in the past, I don't want to go into details, but I'm someone who believes in, righting wrongs, making amends, and stepping into processes to make sure that people are more comfortable moving forward. That's a stance that I've always taken and a stance that I've continued to take. And I hope Obviously, it's not the responsibility of anyone in the situation to do this, but I hope that if I make people feel that way in any situation, we can have those processes come into play so I can change my behavior, so I can improve, so I can be better. But at the end of the day, like, I don't know how much accountability I can take in the sense that I have not been, I guess, informed or approached in an extensive way about this sort of thing as to my own personal behavior. And in the past, when there have been issues, I'm someone who very much collaborates and makes sure that I fix my behavior. I think that's generally what we should ask about people. And with people, you know, you have a responsibility to improve yourself and be better and make a more welcoming environment. And that's how I've always approached it. But I can't really tell how much, you know, I'm accountable for it in the sense that, like, I don't know, because, you know, if I was, you know, for example, a vector for this sort of thing, I'm certain that a lot of people, like, wouldn't be comfortable coming to me about it, right? Then that would be, like, make sense, because, like, why would you go to the person making you unsafe to make you feel safer? But from my knowledge, yeah, essentially that's it. In the past, when I've been approached, when I've been aware of situations, I've done my work to improve myself and to make
Vice President, your time is over. I missed the ending of your question. Would you like to extend the question to the entirety of the executives, or would you like to stop it there?
I would like each of the male members of the executive to answer, please.
Perfect, thank you. President Daryanani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your question, Councillor Zhang. Honestly, first of all, I'd like to apologize that you're feeling unsafe in this environment. This is not what we intend to do at the SMU. And I'd like to extend my door for you to provide any feedback on how we can do better. I have an open door policy, and I respect when employees and representatives share their perspective on how we can do better. Ultimately, you know, as executives, we were elected to carry out the wishes of the SMU, and I personally am also open to doing better, and I think SMU as well is open to that notion. And I think in terms of our overall culture, a lot of work needs to be done. So I think overall taking accountability for the organization, for individuals is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you. The Vice President, External Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. I do think that Vice President Sager's answer was quite astute in the sense that, of course, it's difficult to take accountability on things that you're not fully aware of, but accountability is key when holding any position, any sense of responsibility, let alone an executive position. And accountability is a standard, high, complete accountability is a standard that I try to hold myself to the best of my ability, and something that my coworkers, I hope, have held me to as well. I think the biggest thing that I learned during my time as an executive really was the teamwork that is necessitated by the executive committee, and learning how to grow and work with each fellow executive has also helped increase accountability and conversations around difficult topics, such as the ones that we addressed at last week's Legislative Council that we've been addressing today. And those are conversations that we need to have, and I think we need to strive to do better. And I once again thank you for your question.
Thank you. I've received a question from a member of the GA who would like to remain anonymous, and as such, I'll be reading it out loud. Would you have any comments about the recent article on racism and worker oppression at SMU? Any comments on that, since execs have said that they would resign if they made people feel uncomfortable? So this is, of course, a question directed towards the executives. Any executive wishing to answer, please raise your hand now. Vice President Sater?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, like, an important article. I think, yeah, it's the content that was brought into it is very important and needs to be addressed. I can personally say that I have never made any statement that was made in the article. And yeah, I stand by that. But yeah, like I think it brings up important questions that need to be addressed.
Thank you. Charlotte Groom.
Hi, Speaker. Could I ask a question on behalf of Councillor Saad? He is currently dialed in and can't use his audio. Is that in order?
Yeah, certainly. Go for it.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, that works. You can,
Okay,
you
perfect.
can go ahead with the question.
Let me just pull up the question here. Okay, so this question comes from Councillor Nathaniel Saad, who is attending via dial-in and can't use his audio, but would like to ask a question. So the question is as follows. The president is supposed to be a leader, guide the society, represent students' best interests, and be a positive force towards the McGill community. Regardless of why the president was on leave of absence, and despite what transpired between the president and the board of directors, the president is currently not fulfilling the president's purpose, nor is the president a positive force in the SSMU community. The fact that we've discussed nothing but the president for the past while is proof of that. The president can claim that he intends to finish his mandate and do what is best for students, but will the president acknowledge that?
I'll just quickly have to. Is the question almost there? We don't.
Yeah, the questions are here.
Perfect. Go for it.
Will the president acknowledge that stepping down may actually be what is best for students?
All right. Now, I've already said it that we're having lots of questions that are teetering on the line. Again, just clarify. Question periods a period for questions. If you're going to do a speech, you can answer a question. But I appreciate, Troy Groom, that you would take the question from Councillor Saad through phone. President Darinati, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that you reconsider whether the question is leading or within the standing rules.
So, 2 quick points about that. First off, the standing rules of the GA are quite honestly a bit lacking in terms of the quorum rules. But even if we refer to the standing rules of the Legislative Council, there is little in terms of leading questions. Now, this question was very long, and you still have the right to refuse to answer it, as always. But the question did turn into a speech, and I will ask all members of the GA to please avoid these types of questions.
So, Mr. Speaker, then may I ask that since you disagree with the wording of the question, that you ask for it to be rephrased the way that it can be acceptable?
Point of order.
Yes.
So I'd just like to clarify, you, Mr. Speaker, did just state that while this question might be teetering on the line, it is acceptable for the GA. So with that, I would ask President Dariani to either refuse the question or answer, just because the speaker has already stated that this question, while perhaps teetering on the line and being close to a speech rather than a question, is still appropriate.
Thank you. Okay, now just to make it very clear so that we don't continue on, there's lots of back and forths with points of order and points of order. If I make a decision and you disagree with it, appeal the decision to the chair. It's an easy, simple vote in a negative. So feel free to do that. Once I make a decision, you can freely send me a quick message or even comment on it, and maybe if you find that I've messed up, I can reconsider. But the time being, I am gonna stand by what I just said because I justified it and I explained it. Future questions. Now, this is a GA. A lot of people here feel either more comfortable with, again, questions that teeter on the line of being out of order. Now, any of these sorts of questions from now on will be interrupted midway through the speech, and I'll ask the question. But here we had the question. If you want, ignore the first part of it. Simply concentrate on the question and decide if you wish to answer it or not. that is your choice.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Speaker. So I will answer the question. And it's with great disappointment that I answer this question, simply because, as I've said, I understand why the council, the members of the society, do not see me in the same light in which I was elected. I was elected I was democratically elected to be president of the society. And I think we can appreciate that our democratic processes are pretty robust in giving that opportunity. It was not an easy decision for me to run for this election. To be honest, I extended a year of my degree. I sacrificed my post-grad opportunities, delayed my immigration proceedings, and I took this decision confidently. I did know that SMU is not a welcoming environment, but I did not think that I was going to be blamed for the bad judgment of the board of directors in suspending me and not allowing me to continue and to even start the mandate I was elected on. I posed this question to members of this GA, and it is a two-part question. So what would you do if suddenly one afternoon you're told you're suspended without any reason? And despite asking for a reason, despite saying that you wish to be reinstated, 5 months later, anticlimactically, you're told you can return because there is no reason for your suspension. And two, how would you feel that if a body with so much power, irrepresentative of the student body will, chooses to make this sort of suspension and action to further target, delegitimize a democratically elected leader? It seems a little of a double standard, don't we think? The board of directors is not even closely being held to the same standard on which I'm being held for accountability. It's just this body that seems to be able to do whatever they want to do, whenever they want to do, however they want.
Daryanani, your time is over. Sorry, Yarakusa?
Yeah, I had a question. Is this a point of order because of attacks?
Oh, sorry?
Because of, not attacks, but because of the way that the president referred to board. Is that a point of order or not? Just out of curiosity, mostly.
If you would like to sustain a point of order for disrespectful comments or conduct, or another such violation of decorum, I'll just be pulling the dais to the back, to a breakout room, and we'll be discussing it for a few minutes.
No. Don't do that. No, it's okay. Sorry.
No need to apologize at all. I'm very much open to any such points, but President Daryanani, your time was over. Thank you, Councilor Kusa. Now, just quickly, I'm feeling the tensions rise, and I'm feeling that there's very much some bad air in the room. If anybody needs to take a second away, you feel free to simply remove yourself from the meeting, or if you want, I can open some breakout rooms. That way you can move there and just have a second, take a break. But I most heavily encourage in these conversations that are very tense that everybody stay within your comfort zone and stay safe. In the most frank words. So yes, if ever there's such a problem, just feel free to just step out and no stress about it. And for the points of order, again, feel free to call a point of order. What I meant to say before was not that you should not call any point of orders. Just try to point of order and then tell me what happened that was wrong. That way I can act on the spot instead of being unsure. With this, any further questions, please raise your hands now. Abigail Popple.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a question which I would like to be directed to directors. I am wondering, now that Dardanani has resumed his position, whether he has access to documents relevant to his suspension, in particular minutes from confidential sessions of the Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thank you. President Dardanani.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the question was directed to board members.
Apologies, you are absolutely right. My brain is all over the place tonight. Vice President Pauline.
Thank you, Speaker. No. All information that is confidential, that is concerning a certain person, they do not have access to that information, no matter who it is, no matter. At the moment, and for ever, President Dardanani will not have access to any of the minutes that concern him.
Thank you. So we have time for one more question. After that, I would encourage that instead of calling for a further extension, I would encourage you all to attend a Board of Directors public session. There's a Board of Directors this Thursday. For any questions you have towards the board members or towards executives, anybody that is sits on the board. With this, I'll be taking one more question. Councillor Applegate.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. First, I would like to apologize if there's, if I sound a little bit weird. I'm in the library, so there's people around me. Okay, so my question is bouncing off the question that was asked to the execs earlier about resigning after receiving a letter asking for such a resignation. And my question is directed to the president. As someone who was democratically elected, to what extent do you see as your most important concern the safety of your councilors, senators, fellow SMU executives, and staff, as well as respecting your constituents' opinions, regardless of whether or not you deem them fair?
Thank you. President Dardanani.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Safety is the number one priority. All I'm asking for is a safe return for myself, to have been treated fairly in a process that was abused. That didn't happen. And wouldn't it be a little hypocritical if I'm asking for my own safety and for that own transparency when I don't assure that or uphold that for other members? It would be. And frankly, that's why I say that it is the number one priority. I've mentioned this repeatedly, that it was always the priority for me to run for president because I know firsthand that SMU is not welcoming. SMU is not safe. SMU is not friendly. This General Assembly is no less of an example to that effect. Repeatedly, I've tried to speak out, and repeatedly, I've been silenced. Confidentiality has been used as a weapon time and time again. When it's meant to be a shield to protect individuals, it's being used as a sword to constantly silence an individual. So I think the same safety that we're asking from other members is the same safety that I'm asking for here. And I can only say that if we cannot maintain a safe and healthy environment, honestly, we're going against the law. The number one priority of every organization should be the safety of its staff, its members, and to continue to put forward an environment that is safe for everyone. So like I said, once again, it's important for us to keep that open door. My door is open. I encourage you to bring forward those concerns. And we have the right processes to make sure that these changes can happen. However, this can only happen once we have the resources to make that change. I do not sit on the board of directors. I do not hear of these concerns. So I'm restricted from hearing of these concerns, yet I'm asked to deal with them. It seems a little difficult to do my job that way. So,
Dardanani, your time has elapsed.
Sure, thank you.
Can you see the timer? Everybody?
Yes.
I see it now.
Okay, perfect. Just making sure, because I I did just assume. I never asked. Normally I'm supposed to ask. Now, as I said, just before we continue, President Darnay, are you entering with another device?
Yes, I'm using my phone so that it's easier for me to see.
Perfect. Just making sure because we were getting lots of requests to enter. Yeah, so at this time, the question period has elapsed. I did receive a question by chat. Once again, an anonymous question. Now, I advise that you go ahead. The person who sent me this question by chat, send it to me to be asked during the board's public session. And I would also invite everybody else who has further questions to come to the board. If you wish to continue this question period, we can extend it further. That is your choice. But my advice is that we cease here and continue it on Thursday at the board meeting, seeing as a lot of the questions are very much directed towards the board. So if there's any motions, I'll take them now. If not, we'll be moving on.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion, I believe, to suspend the rules in order to add something new to the agenda, which would be a discussion on the environment or atmosphere at SMU and how we can correct it.
Sure, that's definitely in order. Is there a second to suspend?
I second.
rules? Thank you. So just for the minutes, I'm remembering now to do this. Val Masli motioned and Andres Perez Tiniacos seconded. All right, so we'll be adding this discussion. If nobody is opposed, is anybody opposed to this suspension of the rules and discussion point? Right, seeing no opposition, we'll be adding it to the agenda.
Again, could I clarify the topic for discussion again, please?
Val Masli?
Sure. It would be to discuss the current environment, atmosphere at SMU, and how we can correct it.
Thank you. Would you like to put a time to your discussion?
I think we can do maybe 15 minutes and extend it if need be.
That's in order. Councillor Kusa?
Speaker, I had a point of information. I went to the washroom for about 5 minutes and thus I missed a question. Did you ask the question, one of the questions that was sent in the chat?
No, I did not. So the time for the question period expired. And as such, we moved on, and I suggested that the person who sent it feel free to send it by email to the to myself and the parliamentarian to be asked at the board.
Could I actually say no to that? I don't know how to phrase it, but
you can motion for a short extension if you want, and we can just do this.
Can I motion for a short extension of just one question and answer to that?
Sure, that's in order. Is anybody wishing to second?
Second.
Thank you. Who was that? Just quickly, I didn't see.
Councillor Javed.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Javed. Anybody opposed to this extension? All right, seeing that, we'll be extending by one. Let's say like 2 minutes, so that we have one answer. All right. Perfect. If ever you send me a question and I don't answer it directly through the chat, I'll answer it for sure throughout the meeting. I'm doing lots of stuff once I get to it. With this, we have an extension for 2 minutes to the question period. So I'll be reading out the question that Councillor Kusa sent to me anonymously. By that I mean like somebody else sent this to Councillor Kusa, who then sent it to me, just to make that clear, that it's not, still anonymous. Is that a point, Councillor Groom?
Sorry, Speaker. My computer died, so I had to leave for a second. Are we still in question period?
We have given an extension for one question that was sent anonymously to Dice.
Is it possible to motion to extend again? I had a question and I had to, my computer died. I had to leave for a second.
I'll finish the question and then we can ask for further extension. Now,
thank you, Speaker.
We just do want to say we've been at it for about an hour. So after that, I would heavily suggest that further extensions not be considered. All right, so the question goes as this. The SMU president has said previously that he was suspended and the reasons were unknown. And sorry for the question, I'm going to butcher it a bit because it is very much a long, speechy kind of question. However, the president stated earlier, quote, "The reasons for my suspension were deemed inadmissible and unfounded," unquote. Meaning the president in fact knows the reasons for suspension he previously denied. My question to President Daryanani is, what were the reasons for suspension and who deemed them inadmissible and unfounded? President Daryanani?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the sense of logic in this question. Unfortunately, the SMU process was not as logical as expected. So I will note other incongruencies. So the first suspension was supposed to start from September 23rd to November 5th. And I was told that once this time lapsed, I shall be reinstated. That did not happen. It was extended 4 more times. Suddenly, on February 13th, I received a letter that told me it is inadmissible. And so February 14th, nothing has changed for me other than the fact that I'm still restricted from the board and I cannot attend as chairperson. But other than that, everything seems to be the same. So I don't know what happened in the past 5 months. And that's why I keep asking what happened in the past 5 months? Why was I restricted from doing my job? Why does this continue to happen? And honestly, I think the most important thing here is for us to ask those questions to the people who actually know the answers, because I do not know the answers.
Thank you. Now, with this, our question period has elapsed. But if somebody wishes to, sorry, I got a quick message to mention. All right. So we have a French interpreter tonight with us. Sanan, if you want to just put a hand up or something, just so everybody can see.
Sorry, I'm here. I'm not able to find the emoji, but I'm here if you need any help.
No worries.
A lull, but it wasn't coming, so I'm here if you need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The wonders of Zoom. All right. With this, we have ended the question period, but I do know that Councillor Gurum, you had a question. You wanted to motion for an extension.
Yeah, could I motion to extend the question period by 5 minutes?
Yes, that is in order. Councillor Kusa?
Seconded. And Charlotte, could I ask a question, just to follow up on the question before you ask yours? Would that be okay?
Let's keep the...
Oh, would that be okay, Speaker? Sorry, I get so...
Yes. Just raise your hand, and if it makes sense,
okay.
I choose the speakers not in order of time, but in order of what generally makes sense. Okay. I try my best.
Before saying anything, I would just like to thank Speaker for really being so kind to all of us, especially me, because I always mess up in rules and I never speak to the Speaker. And so thank you so much for bearing with me, Alex. I appreciate it.
I really appreciate this. Thank you. All right. We'll take the 5-minute extension. Is anybody opposed to the 5-minute extension? All right, seeing none, we'll be taking the 5-minute extension. All those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hand now. Councillor Kusa?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask a follow-up to President Dariani. You did not answer the question of the anonymous person. You did not answer the question, which is if there's a reason to suspect. Like you didn't answer the question. You just would you be able to answer the question? Would be my follow up.
Thank you, Councillor Kusa. So just, yeah, sorry. President Dariani.
Would you maybe be able to clarify the question and which part of my answer did not answer that?
I'll allow the crosstalk just so we can make this as clear and as direct as possible, Councillor Kusa.
Sure. So the question asked, so you stated that the reasons for your suspension were deemed inadmissible and unfounded, meaning that you did know the reasons for your suspension that you previously denied knowing. So the question was, what were the reasons for the suspension and who deemed them inadmissible and unfounded? So you provided a timeline, but you did not provide an answer to that question. And I think constituents deserve transparency. And I think you'd agree with that statement, right? So I think we'd appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Thank you for that. President Dariani.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to disagree that I actually answered the question, but sadly, I understand it is disappointing that the question is asking for an answer that I don't have the answer to. If I am sent a letter, the reason, on the one hand, I was not provided a reason. On the second hand, I was told the reasons were deemed unfounded and inadmissible. That's why I'm back in office. So perhaps maybe someone could shed some light on the motivation behind why I was suspended and why I was then told that the reasons to suspend me were deemed inadmissible. If the reasons are there and if transparency is key, that's all I'm asking for. Be transparent. The board of directors clearly knows the answer to this question. The board of directors can provide that answer. There is no reason to put me on the spot and to tell me that I did not answer the question, once again undermining my integrity, my credibility to answer questions. I've been here all evening answering all questions to the best of my ability. If there is an answer that I cannot provide and someone else can provide that, it'd just be the right thing to do to provide that answer instead of skirting around governance to ask me a question that I am saying I don't have the answer to. Like I said, the process was not logical. The process still continues to be illogical. Still seems to be that the questions come to me when I don't have the answer to do so. Like I said, if the board of directors think the reasons are confidential, the reasons are not meant to be confidential. Confidentiality is a shield, not a sword, to hide stuff from our constituents, to deal behind closed doors and in secrecy. I need to know the reasons. If a board member knows the reasons, I'd appreciate a quick email. These were the reasons. I every time I asked for reasons, I was met with additional extensions.
Sorry to cut you off. The time has elapsed. I'm so sorry to cut you off.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Kaur. Your time has indeed elapsed. We'll be taking one more question. Councillor Groom.
I motion to extend the question period by 15 minutes.
All right, listen. We can get an extension. I do not want to overrule the will of the GA. So if nobody opposes the extension and we have a second, we'll go for it.
Second.
All right. Is anybody opposed to this extension? Andres Perez-Iniacos?
Yeah, I'm just opposing to the extension.
All right. So seeing we have an opposition, we'll be voting. This motion will require a simple majority vote. Does everybody have access to the yes and no reactions? And that'll be the easiest way of doing it since we cannot see each other's hands. If you don't, just speak up really quickly. And
Sorry, could you clarify what you mean by the yes and no reactions? I don't know what that means.
So like in the reaction tab on the bottom right, there's a yes and no reaction thing.
Is that the check and the X? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry. Yes. All right. So with this, please vote at this time. The check being yes for the extension and the X being no for the extension. Councillor Javed, is that point?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Perhaps you could clarify that general members can vote as well.
Yes. Thank you for calling me out on that. Everybody can vote on this since it's a GA. Anybody present has the right to vote. Okay. Not everybody has voted. So we did get a no vote from the chat, but at the time being, this motion has passed with 14 yeses and 1 no. So we'll be entertaining a 15-minute extension. All right, all those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hand now. Councillor Gurung.
Hi, yeah. So this question is directed at President Darianani. So I guess I've repeatedly heard you state that you have been had your rights violated by the board. I'm wondering if you could clarify specifically what rights were violated, and if you could additionally perhaps reference an aspect of the Constitution or a broader Quebec labor law which supports this claim. And beyond that, could you clarify if you are planning on taking action? As we've heard from you previously tonight, there are various channels upon which grievances should be brought through in SMU. And you have suggested that if people take issue with your presidency, they use these channels. And I'm wondering if you are going to use these channels as you have mentioned is appropriate, or if you're planning on just bringing these grievances up in these types of meetings, but not actually taking action.
Thank you. President Darianani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. So yes, they have violated my rights both as an employee, as an officer, and I will take some time. I do hope that someone will motion to extend my time if I ever run out. So the board did not comply with its own obligations and its own suspension conditions. So firstly, the board did not provide any clear reasons for the initial suspension. This violates the principle of natural justice in Canadian law. This disclosure is necessary. Neither provided me the opportunity to comment on any reason that they provided, which they didn't in the first place. So I don't think they would have been able to allow me to comment to that. Secondly, my suspension was extended 4 times unjustifiably. This constitutes a prejudicial delay as well as a breach of my employment contract. My term in office lasts for a 1-year period from June 1 to May 31st, as we know, and a suspension totaling nearly 5 months contradicts and negates the purpose of the mandate that I was elected for. This violates section 10.10 of the Constitution. So the Constitution clearly states that the suspension of an of an officer should be for a determinate period. Ultimately, extending it 4 times rendered this determinate period indeterminate. And further, the last date I was provided actually had no determinate date. So this just shows me that there was no real interest in the board to actually resolve this in a fair and timely manner. The other violation is of section 16.1, standard of care, that states that board of directors should exercise their powers and discharge their duties. In exercising their powers and discharging their duties, board members should act honestly and in good faith with the view to the best interest of the society.
President Darianani, your time has elapsed. If somebody wishes to motion to extend your time, that would be in order. If not, your time will have elapsed. simply speak up if you wish
Motion-
to speak as
Motion
ads.
to extend the president's time. Do I need to say by how long?
Sure.
Motion to extend by 1 minute.
All right. If somebody can second that,
Second.
thank you, Vice President Poulain. Is anybody opposed to this extension? Okay, President Arianani, you have another minute.
Thank you. I'm probably going to need another suspension because there were 2 questions that were asked. But like I said, the board shall act honestly and in good faith to exercise care, diligence, and a skill that a reasonably prudent person would exercise in comparable circumstances. I do not think a 5-month suspension is the exercise of care or diligence of the board. Can I ask for an extension?
Excuse me, you cut off.
Sorry about that. Well, could I ask for an extension now if someone would be able to give me for 2 minutes?
I mean, if you want to make it part of your speech, anybody wishing to?
I can motion for a 2-minute extension.
All right, anybody else wishing to second it?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, anybody opposed? All right, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So, these are some that I, as a layman, have come up with. I am certain the board of directors were advised by their own legal counsel that, shall I not be reinstated, there are huge legal consequences that they will be facing. I urge the question to be answered by a board member to this effect. And as for the second question regarding whether or not I have considered taking any legal action, I've spent thousands of dollars on this process. I'm now determined to complete the last few months of my mandate to do the job I was elected to do. However, it could very well lead to legal action if the board continues to act in a manner that's abusive, that abused a process that's meant to protect individuals, that's meant to protect the proper functioning of the society. And I'm concerned really with the board's actions to continuously hide whatever happened behind closed doors in a secret setting. It is ultimately very disappointing that I have had to resort to legal action to even engage in legal counsel. No university student thinks about that first thing. Oh, I wake up in the morning, let me call a lawyer. I don't have lawyers handy. I had to use savings and find money to pay for legal counsel, to search for resources in a legal system that I barely could comprehend myself. So to put me through that process was a painful one and an unnecessary one, when the board could have properly followed its own legal counsel's advice from the first place. So it's really a matter of resources and reason, which I don't have the answer to right now, whether or not I will be pursuing any action. But I do hope that the board rectifies the situation as best as it can after, essentially robbing me of half of my term.
Your time has elapsed. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll be taking 2 more questions. Actually, no, we said 15 minutes. We'll have more time for more questions, actually. All those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hand now. Councillor Kazi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, I guess, for the entire gallery or anyone really. What do you guys think about the intersectionality between, I guess just because I'm a member from a minority, does that exclude me from committing aggressions to another minority?
All those wishing to answer this question. If the people with questions can put your hand down just so I can get the answer, since this is a broader reaching question. Right? Councillor Tiniakos?
Yes, I can answer this question. So as we all know, and it's important that we're talking about this, intersectionality is when the person might be suffering the consequences, or not the consequences, or the effects of a aggression coming from different backgrounds. For example, a queer person of color, they might be suffering the homophobia and racism. And aggression can come from any background. Just because one person, or for example, me, I am a person, someone of color, I'm still a man, and I can still be sexist and I can still commit misogyny. Being from one's minority does not exclude the person from committing further aggressions to other people.
Thank you. All those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hand now. Councilor Gurung, is that a follow-up?
I was just hoping that I could answer that question. Is that allowed to have two answers to one question?
Sure. In this case, yes.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So I think a lot of statements made here tonight have really lumped in different sort of axes of oppression into sort of one cohesive theme of people feeling unsafe and marginalized groups feeling unsafe at SMU. But I think it's important to acknowledge that creating a safe space for marginalized groups and minority populations is, as the asker of this question mentioned, it needs to be an intersectional approach. And shielding oneself from criticism on the basis of one minority axis is a really big problem, especially when the criticism is being levied against a sort of different axis. For example, being a person of color, but being participating in creating a culture that's unsafe for gender minorities. So I think it's really important that we not lump those in together when making statements about making SMU a safer place for all different minority groups.
Thank you. Are there any further answers to this question? Councillor Fusa?
Yeah, I completely agree with Charlotte, or Councillor Gurung, sorry. You can be, and I completely agree with the other councillor as well, Sarah Stiniakos. You can be a woman and still be racist, and you can be a person of color and still be sexist. And this is basically, I mean, intersectionality, right? You can face multiple systems of oppression and still participate in like another system of oppression. Yeah. So, and you can. So I can say that I can like the councillors of color and the women of color here on at this GA and who work at SMU face multiple barriers to getting their work done. Yeah, sorry, it's very late at night. I thought I was going to sound smarter, but I didn't.
I 100% relate to that last little part. Just to know, are these further answers to the question?
Yes, I have a point. Or, yeah, comment.
If you have a point,
I misspoke. It's a comment. My bad, speaker.
All right. Do go ahead though, for your answer to the question.
Thank you. I also just want to make a small comment about the fact that these kinds of behaviors are not perpetuated by like SMU's permanent staff, and it's not a kind of like ingrained society, like an ingrained way of acting within like the operational side of the society, because I feel like that is something that is often confounded, especially in news articles and how we think about SMU. There's a very big difference between the political aspect of the society and the operational aspect of the society. So I just want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind when we're having these kinds of discussions, that this doesn't kind of start to affect the way that students think about the more operational side of SMU, that is not necessarily involved in these kind of more political topics. I just wanted to make that a little bit more clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gurung?
Yeah, I had another question. Is that in order?
Yes, if there's no further answers to this question, I'll be taking questions. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, so my question is, again, for the president. So as the president just stated in his answer, he believes that the board has been advised by their legal counsel about the ramifications of various different actions they could take in this situation, and that he believes that the board could have simply followed their legal counsel and reinstated him in a more appropriate manner. And then he said, as a layperson, his analysis of the legal reasons why his rights were violated, he stated quite a few. I'm wondering if you, Mr. President, can reconcile why, I guess, you're not a part of board and how you know that board didn't follow their legal counsel and what your basis is for that statement. And if you could reconcile why your legal analysis as a layperson supersedes the legal counsel that you believe board has received in regards to this matter. And I guess just sort of clarify why you believe that board didn't follow their legal counsel, if that is something that board was advised on. And if you could just maybe clarify a little bit there.
President Daryanani?
Certainly, I have no access to the board of directors, but my hypothesis is true. And I think, in fact, you've just verified that, because if the board of directors did not reinstate me, and well, the fact that I'm here simply tells me that the board received advice to reinstate me, or the board made the decision to reinstate me, which basically means the board followed their legal counsel, or understood the process that they're following is one that was abusing an individual. I simply agree with you that the legal advice was probably to reinstate me and not keep me suspended. That seems like sound advice to me, because that's what I've been saying from the outset. I should not be suspended for no reason. I should not be suspended for 5 months. I should not be suspended day after day, month after month. So you've really just verified that for me, that there was indeed a reason to reinstate me for the reason why I'm here today.
Any further questions? Please raise your hands now.
I have a question. Could I go next, speaker? I think it would make most sense for my question to go next.
Is it a follow-up?
Yeah, follow up to what the president just said.
Sure. I will ask that you keep it a bit shorter, since it's been 3 questions in a row.
Yeah, sure. So I'd like to first just clarify that I'm not verifying what happened at board. I'm just restating what the president has stated that he assumes. So in my capacity as a director, I'm not verifying what did or did not happen at board. But I guess as a follow-up, I'd like to clarify. So if you believe board has followed their legal counsel in recently reinstating you, what is your reason for making these assumptions that board has not been following their legal counsel all along, and that they have abruptly decided to change their trajectory and listen to legal counsel now? If you believe that legal counsel has been advising them all along that the actions they've been taking are violating your rights, why do you believe that the board would change their mind now? And again, just clarifying, I'm not confirming nor denying anything that the president has said. I'm just restating what he has said for the point of clarification in regards to what my question is about his statement.
Thank you. President Daryanani?
It's a very speculative question, Counselor, and I do not wish to comment to speculate on what the board's decision-making process is. All I can say is the board acted in a way that they shouldn't have, and that they aligned into the trajectory, one that should have been done a while ago. And I think there are lots of possibilities. The board may have hastily suspended me over no reason. The board may have been acting with a conflict of interest. The board may have been acting with a bias. The board may have understood the law in the same way that I understood it as a layperson. Perhaps there is further legal ramifications that I didn't even consider personally. And if I was able to name these many legal violations, it's only fair that my instinct is correct, that had I not resorted to legal advice and legal assistance, and keep in mind, I do not have the same resources as an organization as wealthy as the SMU, but we both came to the same conclusion. It only tells me that a reasonably fair process could have ended a lot earlier, should have ended a lot earlier, would not have used the unjustified and unfounded reasons to carry out decisions that should not have been carried out. The board can make mistakes. The board legal counsel can make mistakes. It may be that the facts were not told to the legal counsel initially. There can be a lot of possibilities, but I'm not one to speculate. You know, the reasons are there. There's no reason to speculate when simply we can be transparent with our constituents or with those affected by a process like this. Let's keep in mind that the board.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your time has elapsed.
Can I ask for an extension?
If somebody would like to motion for an extension.
I'm pretty sure I can motion for myself.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, can I have a 1 minute extension?
Definitely. Can somebody second? If there will be no second, we'll have to call it there, Mr. President. All right. Now, it's a very intense question period, and we still have time for 2 more questions. I will, before we continue on, call for a quick break. Parliamentarian Kaur has informed me that her AirPods were dying, and as such, we'll be losing the parliamentarian, which is not particularly well for the functioning of the GA. And as well, I think everybody must be quite exhausted from this bout of debate. So taking a short 5-minute break, I think, would be good for everybody. But I'll leave it to the GA to decide. So if somebody wishes to motion for it, I'm all ears. Councillor Javed?
Motion for a 5-minute recess.
That's in order.
I'll second.
Thank you. Is anybody opposed? Okay, seeing no opposition, we'll be taking a 5-minute recess and we'll be back in 5 minutes to continue debate. if I can get some just like reactions, the Zoom reactions, just to make sure everybody's back. All right. Okay. Before we continue on with questions, I do want to point something out. I've been having a discussion in the chat with a member of the GA about one of my rulings, and I've been proven wrong. It seems like I've been following a wrong precedent that is not found within the rules. So we'll be removing the time limit for the discussion, but at my discretion or at every 5 members speaking, I'll be entertaining motions, including a motion to call the question. I'd like to thank the member of the GA for bringing this up to me. All right. With this, I'll be taking any questions. We have time for 2 more questions. Okay. Vice President Louvrier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question is addressed to President Darianani. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure President Darianani can emphasize with me on the difficulties of being an international student on the board of directors. One of those difficulties is unfortunately not having access to all the documents or being privy to what is going on at all times. The president has multiple times, again and again, stated that he was unaware of the reasons for his suspension, and has also stated that at the original time of the suspension, he received a letter informing him of that suspension. Mr. Speaker, can the president confirm that this letter at no point included a single reason as to why he was suspended?
Thank you. President Darianani.
I'm speechless. Officer Delouvrier, you do realize that you are a member of the board, right?
Officer Delouvrier?
I at no time have I seen or taken part in the drafting of this letter, and I can see the speculations coming. And to quote President Darianani,
Okay, just that is speculation. Sorry, that's not a point of order. President Darianani, you can continue.
Thank you. Sorry, I need a moment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I it's not the first time I've been silenced, so it's just it's disappointing. I say one word and someone else is like, point of order. I say another word and another point of order. Seems like a bit of a weapon, don't you think? Yeah, what do you want me to say to that? You have access to documents that I don't. I don't empathize with you as an international student. I think our positions are completely different. Being an international student doesn't mean that you don't have a seat on the board. Being an international student means that the board should accommodate you, to allow you to be on the board, to pride on SMU's mission and values, not to mean to further exclude you, to suspend you for 5 months. You were not suspended for 5 months, Officer Delouvrier. I was. The reason I was, I don't know. If you know, maybe you can enlighten us. Can you?
Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Louvrier.
Considering the tone used by President Darianani in his answer to my question, I would ask that the comments are retracted and an apology be given.
So I understand that the tone may have been heated and even borderline aggressive. I cannot sustain this point of order as, first off, it does not contravene any of the GA standing rules. But importantly, I do not think that it would fully constitute disrespectful behavior. Or offensive body language. All right. Is there any further points? Okay. Yes.
I just wanted to follow up on VP Delibre's question that I feel the president didn't answer fully about if there was any indication in the letter of such a reason.
All right. I'll take your question after I take a question that was, the hands were up before, but your question will be followed up on.
Sorry about that.
VP.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask someone from the board of directors if they can answer this, of course. But if an individual is suspended for whatever reason, are they informed of the reason?
Vice President Boulay.
That's okay. I'm going to yield my time to Vice President Sater. Thanks.
Vice President Sater.
My understanding is that yes, that is indeed standard procedure. But in situations where suspensions occur, generally we go through our legal team to write the letter. So we are not actually the ones writing the letter because we have lawyers on retainer for a reason.
Thank you. I'll be taking another question. Councillor Holton.
Yeah, just to follow up on VP Delibre's question, did this letter that VP Sater referenced contain any indication, Mr. President, of the reasons for the suspension?
All those wishing to answer this question. President Arinani.
So I would redirect this question to a board member to read the exact wording of the entire letter rather than paraphrasing it and keeping everyone in the dark of what's actually happening. It's going to save everyone's time this evening. So I redirect this question to a board member to read the letter in the name of transparency that we all say we uphold.
Vice President Sater.
Yeah, I want to clarify a few things. I did not confirm nor deny the existence of the letter at any point. I was simply referencing what standard procedure is at the board of directors. And as such, I will not be engaging with any of these discussions. Once again, maybe I am an overly cautious person, but I generally take my responsibilities as a board member pretty seriously, and thus will not comment on any of this situation.
Thank you. Just to account for lost time in between the time that I spoke, I'll be taking one more question. I know Councillor Groom, you had your hand up. I don't know if there's still a question there. Councillor Groom.
Yeah, sorry, I was having connectivity issues and I kind of missed Councillor Holton's question, so I apologize if I'm being redundant because I think my question sort of was similar to what Councillor Holton was asking, but with that I will proceed and someone can let me know if this is basically what he just asked because my Wi-Fi cut out for a second. Is that okay, Speaker?
Go for it and I'll let you know.
Okay, perfect. So as the question was directed towards the President by VP Delivrier, I would ask that he answer this question as Director Sater said, the board and directors can't really confirm or deny the existence of any letter or really get into any of those details. But the president, in his personal capacity, can confirm or deny whether he received any such communication. So I would redirect this question back to the president and ask that he stop deflecting or choose to not answer.
Okay. I'll have to call to order that just the last part. Appreciate
My apologies, I can retract that comment.
Thank you, that'd be appreciated. All right. With this, President Arinani.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not trying to deflect anything here. I can share my screen, show everyone the letter. Can I do that?
At this time, no, because we don't have it slated through the dais. Feel free to send it by email, I guess.
Okay, well, no, I if anything, this should be open to the whole McGill community, right? Not to the very few counselors and directors who are able to hide behind confidentiality to benefit from confidentiality, where questions are being asked clearly for questions that they have the answer to. In fact, they've started posing questions to me for questions that they know the answer of. There were no clear reasons. There still aren't any clear reasons. They did not explain any reason for suspending me, just seem to be hiding under confidentiality. I'm not trying to deflect. I wouldn't be speaking here. I wouldn't be here if I was trying to deflect. I'm here to speak transparently, truthfully, with a fair process in mind. I posed the question back to the board of directors. And once again, I'm happy to share my screen. I'm happy to show all the legal letters that the board used to continuously, day after day, suspend me, not reply to my questions, abuse the very processes that are meant to protect and uphold democracy.
Thank you. If you do wish to show a document, I can pull the dais aside and we'll make a decision really quickly. You wish to proceed like that?
Speaker,
Yes?
could we motion to suspend the rules and add that as a point? I know we've already suspended the rules this evening, so if you prefer...
I'll second.
We can do that. How would you phrase the point?
I guess it could be a discussion item, and it could be or presentation. What do you think would be best?
A presentation would probably be best.
Okay, so can I do point 8, presentation of suspension letter?
Okay. Right. Okay, so if you can just highlight it in yellow before we decide. Okay. President Arianani, do you have a point?
Yeah, I believe it's a presentation from the vice president internal. It's not from me. I did not raise this point.
No, it would be the presentation by the president.
If you don't wish to do a presentation, we can remove the point as a whole. We need to have consent from the person being presented for presentation. President Arianani, do you wish to do a presentation?
Sure.
On the letters? Okay, so we can do that. All right. And you'll have the ability to stream your screen at the time. So we'll now be voting on the presentation for suspension letter. We had a second, which was Vice President Delouvrier, right?
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Dagduki, was that a point?
No, sorry.
Oh, no worries. All right. So at this time, yes. Right. Sorry, 1 second. Right, at this time, is anybody opposed to the presentation of the suspension letter by the president? Now, just to be clear, before we do any of this, I'll just make it very plain. Because I'm realizing I'm assuming a lot of things because of the experience of some members and myself. When I ask if anybody's opposed, that is the alternative to voting. So if anybody opposes, then we'll go on and vote. When I feel that some items of the agenda will not be contentious, I ask if anybody's opposed. And if one person opposes, then I go on and ask the vote. Which is why the previous modification of the agenda for adding the discussion point was not voted upon. In general, suspension of the rules requires a 2/3 majority. and like that's what you do to be able to add it. But of course, if nobody opposes, that means there's more than 2/3. There's zero opposition, and as such, it simply is added to the agenda. Are there any questions about the procedure? Councilor Daguki?
So my question not about this procedure specifically, but do you have a copy of Robert's Rules of Order that we're following that can be shared with the entire group?
I don't have a copy that can be shared because Robert's Rules of Order is a copywritten material.
Alright.
I would, if anybody wishes to get the full set of rules, so we use Robert's Rules of Order complemented with the specific items, particularly the standing rules of the GA. And at times I use the standing rules of the Legislative Council, which are more thorough and in-depth than the GA rules to call certain decisions. I'll just repeat what I said at the beginning. I'm only human. I make mistakes. Feel free to send me a message if there's a disagreement. Just right before I made a major mistake and was corrected by a member of the GA. So yes, if ever there's this sort of mistake, feel free to just send me a message or feel free to call me to order. A point of order addresses the dais. And so feel free to do that or to, as I said before, appeal the decision of the dais. Any of these sorts of options are open to you if ever I make a mistake.
You keep referring to the dais. Could you just explain who is part of the dais for the members of the assembly?
Yes, so I'm part of the dais. Parliamentarian Kaur is part of the dais. Parliamentarian, if you'd like to put your hand up so everybody can see.
I don't know if I can use the reaction feature because I'm sharing my screen. I think I don't think I can do the reaction, but yeah, I'm the dais as well.
And we have the speaker on call tonight as well, who's part of the dais.
Sorry. Hi. No, I just want to say hello.
Thank you. And at times, there's a possibility of the governance manager being present, who would also be part of the dais. But she's not with us today.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Any further clarifications? And you know what? I apologize. I should have done this from the beginning. There's sometimes when stuff just get used to it, I just run with it and never even thought about doing this. Any further just general points of procedure? Okay. If ever there is, send me or again any member of the dais a question, and we'll try to answer at the maximum of our capability. All right, so we'll continue on. So with this, is anybody opposed to suspending the rules to add point 8, the presentation of the suspension letter by the president? Specified presentations are always followed up with a short question period afterwards. Okay. Seeing no opposition, this has been unanimously approved, and as such will be added to the agenda as a full item. We'll now be resuming the rules of procedure. We have elapsed the time for question period. Are there any motions on the floor? Okay, seeing none, we'll be moving on to point number 8 of the agenda, the presentation of the suspension letter by the president. Jazz, if you could stop screen sharing and the president can have screen share perms. 1 second. There you go, you should be able to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's a pleasure. So feel free to present if you have anything to say.
I'll leave it to the council to take a moment to read and decide for themselves.
All right.
For accessibility reasons, could it be possible to copy paste the text into the chat so people who are using the ears can read it?
Yes, that's a good idea. President Daryanani, do you think you can do that? If not, if you want to forward the message to me, I can copy paste it.
Sure. Well, the minute I do that, I'll be moving away from the screen, so I'll leave it here for a few minutes before I send it on the chat. Does that work?
That works fine. So I guess I'll leave 2 minutes. So. We'll leave it up for another 30 seconds. All right, with this time has elapsed, we'll be entertaining questions on this presentation. Not really a presentation, but we'll call it a presentation for the sake of the rules. Are you gonna post it in the chat as well?
Yes. Would you be
Yeah.
well for the sake of accessibility?
You should be able to put it in the chat now. Before we continue on with this discussion, the diocese has received a copy of a nice Robert's Rules of Order simplification. If we want to just quickly put it up. Perfect. Yeah, so we'll be able to send a copy of this in the chat as well. I'll do so right now. If it can help anybody. If you just want to zoom in onto like certain points. So I put it in the chat. If ever anybody has a question on how this works, I'd be more than happy to oblige. But with this, we'll be continuing on with the Q&A on the letter. All those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hands now. Councilor Tiniacos.
Yes, I would like to ask, based on the previous statements by the president, is this the only communication, the only letter the president received? Because the president earlier mentioned that he received many suspension notices from lawyers. So is this the only email the president ever received about the suspension?
Thank you. President Daryanani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Councillor. No, it isn't, but if we have to go through my entire file right now, it will take the whole GA. I think we should have a bigger agenda that asks me to present all the material, but it should be accessible to all councillors through the board if the board allows the councillors to see that. So the answer is no.
Thank you. Councillor Duki.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to I'd like to ask President Daryanani specifically, just going to reference two things, but Vice President Sater mentioned earlier that the regular, sorry, my brain is, but the regular proceedings would require the lawyers to send a letter to anyone that has been suspended, any individual that has been suspended, and President Daryanani mentioned receiving such a letter. Is it possible that we could just see that letter specifically?
Thank you, President Daryanani.
Perhaps VP Sater can show that if VP Sater is saying that that sort of letter exists.
I'm sorry, can I clarify my question?
So
Slash.
I won't allow cross-talk at this time. If you do want to just raise your hand and we can have a follow-up question once I go through the other questions. Councilor Guru.
Hi, yeah. So I would also like to ask if the president is amenable to showing us the letter that he referenced earlier, specifically being from lawyers. As I mentioned, Vice President Stater's comments were in sort of a general broad sense and not confirming nor denying anything in this specific instance, and therefore would not be appropriate for him to do so, as that would entail, confirming or denying. But as the president, he has alluded to this and outright said that he received letters from lawyers. So in the president's capacity, I would ask if he would be amenable to showing us this letter.
President Arinali.
Well, back at you. I think I hold no power above or beyond any person in this room. Everyone has the ability to share their screen right now, as far as I can tell. So perhaps someone else can share their screen. There are 12 board members. There's there's letters. You guys have better resources at hand. I'm simply sharing letters from my phone. I think if we need a full presentation, perhaps the board of directors can do that.
Councilor Legduki?
Yes, I'd like to ask a follow-up question, which is that only one person tonight has confirmed the existence of this letter, and that is President Daryanani. So I do believe that he is in a position of being the only one who can show this letter, because he's the only one that has confirmed that it exists. And he has mentioned that he is willing to show all of his files if necessary. So I'd like to ask if he can in fact show that letter.
President Daryanani?
So we're trying to ask the person who's continuously saying, I don't have reasons, who's decided to share his screen. The reason doesn't satisfy the GA as much as it doesn't satisfy me. So the letter doesn't satisfy the GA as much as it doesn't satisfy the next reasonable person. Seems a little interesting, right? The board can hide behind confidentiality. No, but you, President Daryanani, you give us all of this. You tell us how to go forward. You tell us what's the reason. How many times should I express, I do not have the reason? I presented a letter. The letter did not satisfy you. That is not my fault. There is a reason why I engaged in legal counsel. There is a reason why I'm reinstated. Seems a little point.
I'll just have to ask you to keep the tone a bit more parliamentarian.
Sure, but I think I would expect that the entire GA have a little bit more respect. You've managed to keep this man out of office for 5 months. You managed to put him on the spot for 2 meetings, and you still want to shred him apart. Show me this, show me that, show me this. Man, I'm asking for a simple thing. Board of directors, present your reasons. Tell me why. Tell the council why. Tell the GA why. Tell everybody why. There is no reason.
Councilor Tiniakos.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to ask a question, but now I have another one is towards you. If I could we motion to suspend the rules right now and see if the General Assembly would like to see the President show this letter, as he has previously stated that he's committed to transparency and that he's willing to work on this, especially since the Board of Directors over the past Legislative Council meetings have stated that most of the matter is confidential, but President Daryanani has been able to share this letter to us and is the one to state the presence of the letter from the lawyers.
If the president would like to do this presentation, the motion can be sustained. If the president does not want to do the presentation, the motion cannot be sustained. It's very much we can't force somebody to do a presentation. As President Daryanani, do you wish to do the presentation or not?
I'd like to answer your question. If you're unconvinced by the letter that I just showed, please don't direct your questions to me. Please don't act as though like You're trying to be so righteous that you're providing me an opportunity to say
Sorry,
my
this was it was more of a technical question.
yeah,
so-
and I'm answering. May I?
I mean, yes, but just like if I can get a clear answer.
Well, the question was asked, and I have an answer.
Yeah, do you want to present?
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Tiniakos.
My question was towards you,
that's
not towards
why-
the president.
Exactly that. That's why I'm just clarifying. It's just a technical matter. If you'd like to present, we can add it to the agenda. If not, we will call the question of a presentation by you out of order. So just
Well, I think if so many people are so entertained, perhaps we can see all of this in court when it gets to court.
all right. So I'll take this as a no.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Guru.
I'm not sure the right procedure to say that, but I ask you to perhaps consider if the president's just past statement is, I guess, in order or aligned with parliamentary behavior.
Right. I'll call for a 2-minute recess. I would like to get the dais in one of the breakout rooms.
Which breakout room are we looking at?
I'm going to open it right now.
Thank you, Alex.
lot to discuss. Okay. Now, just to make sure everybody's back and get some reactions or such. Cool. I see a few, so I'm gonna assume the majority of people are back. Right, here's a few points that we've established, the dais. First off, we'll be enforcing a speakers list. We think this will allow debate to remain a bit more substantiated and polite, and it will help on the dais side choosing the next speakers. Secondly, and more importantly, the dais would like to remind everybody to remain respectful to one another and respectful of the decorum. If there is a continuous disrespect of decorum, you will be removed from the meeting. We have seen tensions rise. That is no reason to continually disrespect decorum and make this an unsafe space. So at this time, we'll be continuing on debate.
Can I make a point village speaker?
Excuse me, Jazz, do you have a question?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you need me to share the speaking list? Like, do you want me to split my screen and share that, or would you just want that on the side?
I think it'd be good if you can share your screen. That way people can see, if you can split it.
Of course, let me try doing that.
Awesome, thank you. Councilor Gruen.
Yeah, could you perhaps just clarify for the more general audience how they can access the speakers list, just in case any of the non-counselors are not sure how to do that?
So the speakers list will be on the screen if we're able to do it. If not, I'll be sending a link in the chat and everybody will be able to have access to it. Yeah. Does that work?
Sorry, could you clarify what you mean it will be on the screen? Like, how can we add our name to the speakers list?
Oh no, so I'll just I'll call for speakers. You'll be able to raise your hand and I'll call on people and they'll be added to the speakers list.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Perfect. Whenever we see that we need to modify. So Jazz, now you shared like a task. No, you need to share like the screen as a whole.
Okay, hang on, I'm gonna try again. Sorry about that.
No worries, we're trying new things. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Oh, there you go.
I'm really sorry about this.
Perfect. I think right now, can everybody see both the agenda and the speakers list? There's 2 thumbs ups, but if there's a total of 4 people that can see it, okay, there you go. I'll assume that everybody can see it. All right. So at this time, we'll be continuing on the Q&A from the presentation. Now, before we continue on, I'll be asking if there's any motions on the floor. So if there's any motions, please raise your hands now. Councillor Javed?
This is a point of personal privilege. I think there's people in the waiting room waiting to be let in.
There's currently nobody in the waiting room.
Never mind that.
I tried to catch people in the waiting room, but thank you for pointing it. Oh, there you go. Somebody's in the waiting room now. I don't know if that's the person you're talking about. But I've just allowed them in. There you go. Okay. With this, if there's no motions, we'll be continuing on the question period. We have time. Actually, no. In this case, there's no time. I'll just be asking for motions every 5 speakers. Councillor Darduki.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I kind of lost our train of thought from before the short break, but I'm just gonna ask a question to President. I have a question for President Darianani. Are you able to show us the letter that you've received from is the President able to show us the letter that he has received from SMU lawyers?
Thank you. President Daryanani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. So I've already done my presentation, and I've already showed the necessary documentation necessary for the GA to make its own conclusions. And I think as members of the society, all members deserve to ask the board of directors how their money is being spent and what communication is being sent to the employees. There's no need for secrecy. So I think this question, once again, is better suited to the board of directors. I do not have the time this evening. I'm already very tired. I've been put on the hot seat for quite a while now. I don't think there's any need to ask me questions when I'm asking the same questions to the board of directors who have the answers.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to ask a question? So we'll slate on the speaking list Councillor Tiniakos and Councillor Dagnuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Tiniakos, you have the floor.
Taking into account that the president has previously, he was the one who shared with us the fact that he was suspended by the board of directors. He was the one who told us that he had letters. And knowing that the board of directors cannot legally show us any of this information, but the president has been able to do it, why won't he show this letter to us, knowing that there's a general sensing in the General Assembly that we want to see this letter and help with the transparency and to help us make a decision on what actually happened in the board of directors.
President Daryanani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I understand that everyone in this assembly is curious to find out what went down, what has happened in the past few months. And I know repeatedly at Legislative Council the questions have come about, but isn't it a little ironic that the board of directors here have the information, continue to have the information, but they essentially lied to all of you saying I'm on the leave of absence or
President Daryanani, I would appreciate you not using the word lied. It's a very heavy word with a lot of connotation.
But it's true.
That is 100% a right word for this. This is 100% assumption. You can't prove unless you have proof that it is a lie and wish to provide it. But at this time, it would not be appropriate for using the word lie. And I will ask you to retract it, please.
Okay, so they were very economical with the truth.
Point of order.
Councillor Gurung?
I would like the speaker consider how the president's rephrasing there is essentially alluding to the same connotations as lying, and ask that he perhaps rephrase or retract that statement.
Thank you for the point. I appreciate the president's rewording because while it does have a similar connotation, it is much more appropriate for a parliamentary setting than the word lie. So I appreciate the concern, but economical with the truth, as funny as it may sound, does have a less negative connotation that would not fit within spreading malicious rumors or gossip.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With this, President Daryanani, you still have about 30 seconds left if you wish to continue. Go for it, you have the floor if you wish to continue. Oh no, okay, all right. We'll now be taking next question. Councillor Dagnuki.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Am I allowed to preface my question with a quick statement? Or no?
It has to be integrated into the question.
Yes, all right. So President Daryanani, I'd like to say that we all take allegations of misconduct by SMU very, very seriously. Most of us here have an interest in SMU, and that's why we're at the General Council today. General Assembly. And so I'd like to say that we are here to listen to you as well. And because we have because the public has not received any information regarding your absence other than the statement from SMU representatives that you were on a leave of absence, and the only information that we received about the president's suspension has been from the president himself. The question here is, this letter, sorry, trying to just think of how to phrase the question. Is the president willing to show us this letter, considering it is really the only piece of evidence the president has regarding his statement about not being given a reason?
President Ariani?
Thank you, Counselor, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, for the past 5 months, I've tried to do the same thing from the board. Give me the reasons. Tell me why. I did not go on a leave of absence. I am very disappointed that that was the response given by given to all of you. It is your right as members, as paying members of the society, to know where your representatives are. You know, we work on the mandate to represent you for the goals that you wish for us to establish. So at this point, it really is gonna it's gonna be it's gonna be so. I've shown the letter. This is the letter that was enough for SMU to suspend me. So if a simple letter like this suspended me, I think this should be sufficient for the board to know, for the GA to know why I'm actually really frustrated in the board's actions of abusing their positions of power to simply call a resolution like this. Yeah, at this point, the answer to your question is like, ask the board.
Thank you. VP Sader.
So, sorry, was there a question addressed to me? Oh, sorry, that was a lingering hand. Unless there's a question addressed to me, I have no question to ask.
All right, we'll remove your name from the speaking list. Councilor Tiniakos.
Yes. So, kind of basing it off on the previous question, if the president had previously stated during the whole meeting that he had been in contact with the board of directors, but they wouldn't tell him, and he never got the reason why he was suspended, and that he said he followed up the contacts, I'm assuming there, and then he mentioned the fact of the existence of this letter from lawyers, then if he has nothing to hide, why won't he show this letter to us? And then we can be the judges and determine whether it was true. The president was telling the truth. He is, in fact, he was suspended without a proper cause. But why won't he commit to his statement of transparency and not show the letter if we're all asking for it?
Thank you. President Darinani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I believe for the past 5 months, everyone's been asking for the same thing, right? I gave you the answer, and it's not proving satisfactory, and I can't do anything about that. At this point, it's not my job to defend the board's decision to suspend me. The board is able to use confidentiality so conveniently to cover up their actions. So let's take down the curtain. Let's reveal our cards on the table and say what actually is the truth. There's no point to take advantage of my courtesy here and showing the letter that I did already. It's not my fault that I'm not going to show you 5 months of communication at this time in the evening. I think we all have better things to do in our life. If you're going to help me ask the board, please do so. But if you're going to continue putting me in the corner and asking me the same questions, which you already have the answer to, we can go all night. I've done this for 5 months, so I'm quite comfortable doing this again and again. It makes It's already made me like it's already made me so numb to answer to these people, and subjecting me to the same trauma, subjecting me to the same questions again and again. It's just the same harm that I've seen the board do time and time again. So keep asking me the same questions. The board will give you the same answers. When I gave you the answer, it doesn't satisfy you. I'm sorry, but that's the best I can do.
Thank you. So just so we can establish this, I'll call for speakers. I'll call for people to raise their hands for the speaking list. Because right now we've just been adding them as people put their hand up. But just to make this a bit simpler and fairer, I'll just call for hands once we reach the bottom of the speaking list. Councillor Guru.
I don't have anything to say. I'll take my name off the speakers list. Thank you.
Councillor Daguki.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the president. What does the president believe is the importance of confidentiality in the work of the board of directors?
Thank you. President Arianani.
Thank you for your question, and I think it's an important one to ask. I think all tonight, actually all the 5 months, confidentiality has been such a big topic. I don't know what is the importance. At this point, it seems like the importance is not fulfilling what it's meant to do. It's continues to deprive information of how decisions are being made. It's not the first time that this has happened where confidentiality we defer to confidentiality for things that we don't know or that we don't want to say. In this instance, I have chosen to speak out on this. Despite that, I've still been silenced. As soon as I opened my mouth at Legislative Council last week, confidentiality was used. Today, I'm opening mouth here, apparently being tone policed. How far are we taking this? So I'm back in office. I'm trying to do the job, but I was silenced completely, excluded completely, taken away from the platform I was elected from. And now again, confidentiality is being used as a way to point fingers at me and to get me to reveal what I'm already revealing. It seems a little ironic, right? The double standard, Daryanani can show us this, Daryanani can show us that. Well, what about the board? They're so protected, and they have such a good shield that they're hiding behind. When convenient, the sword has just been pointed at me. Oh well, you can tell us, right?
Excuse me. I do want to point out, Darshan, right now you're attacking the speaker indirectly. This is, I don't know, this is not something called for. So I think you might want to, when you're using words like tone policing, I think just asking you to rephrase and kind of stick to the decorum is, I don't know, it's just part of what the speaker is supposed to do. So I would kind of want you to kind of rephrase what you're saying, retract what you're saying, maybe.
Oh, I can definitely clarify. Apologies, Mr. Speaker and parliamentarian. I'm actually referring to the previous point of order raised by Officer Delouvrier and other members of the GA. It has nothing to do with decorum. I think I appreciate the parliamentary procedures that are being used tonight. So I apologize if that has caused any pain. But I am simply speaking towards my experiences as to how painful it is to demand transparency and to demand answers and to ask and request this time and time again, but simply being told that it's confidential. I'm confused as to how to go forward if confidentiality can protect everyone for everything. But once again, I don't mean to attack anyone. I simply mean to say that I haven't been able to.
Thank you, President Daryanani. Your time is up. We'll now be taking the next question. Councillor Tiniakos.
Thank you, Speaker. Taking into account that I'm well aware that the president knows that the board of directors cannot release this type of information because it's human resources about an employee, in this case being the president, and that he's the only one that can release this information. And how we, for every single legislative council meeting, we have bombarded the board members with questions in every single opportunity. Most of them, we got Vice President of Finance telling us that it's confidential. And right now, the president is the opportunity to know the truth. He can take us to that transparency that he's claiming. We can take down the curtain that he's talking about. He's the only one that can do it. We don't want to see 5 months of emails. We just want to see one letter, one that came from the lawyers.
The question, please.
Yes. So why won't he show us the letter? Just the lawyer's letters. In that case, once we read it, we can shift this conversation on why the board silenced you without a reason.
Thank you. President Dariani?
Yeah, may I just ask a clarification? Why can't the board talk about this, Councillor Tiniakos?
So there's no crosstalk.
Well, it's my response.
Okay, that's perfect. So we'll now be taking motions because we passed the 5 speakers. Are there any motions on the floor at this time, including motions to call the question? Vice President Pone.
Motion to call the question.
That's in order. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is anybody opposed to calling the question?
Sorry, can you clarify for the members?
Apologies. Calling the question means basically ending this discussion point. Essentially calling it done. You can say that. As such, we'll be ending it right here. It's what is used instead of a time limit in this case. Any questions about that?
Please note there's also still one person on the speaking list.
Yeah. All right, so I'll be taking anybody opposed to calling the question at this time.
Object.
All right, so we'll be moving on to voting.
Sorry, I'm still confused. Procedure-wise,
Yes.
and maybe because I'm not that familiar with Robert's rules, but like, can't we only call the question on a motion? Like to vote, and so instead someone would have to motion to end the speaking, like the question period type of thing, and then we would vote on that. But that's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm being nitpicky or not understanding, but it's confusing to me.
I've been very much sleepy tonight, so I can definitely check if the language is right. We've generally been using call the question in general, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm like 90% sure that calling the question is used for any point to end any point. I can most definitely check and let you know. For the time being, just because ça revient au même, it comes back to ending the discussion point. We can use call the question as we've used before to do that. But yes, no, like I can definitely check for you just for the sake of continuing on with the agenda and not pausing the meeting. We'll just be using call the question for the time being. Cool. All right. So since we do have an opposition, we'll be voting on calling the question. If you can all use the reactions, yes or no, so the check mark or the X to vote, you can do so
Can
at this time.
I motion to end the speaking turns as proposed instead? Can I do that? So or urge people to vote no on the call to question to finish the speaking turns? I don't know if I can do that, but yeah, I'm confused, so.
I've never heard of that motion. So just to understand, are you trying to say so that the last person within the speaking list does their speech, and then after that we end the debate?
That is what I'm suggesting, and it is fairly commonly used with Le Code Véronneau, but it's another set of rules. So I don't know, but yes, that is
I'm-
what I'm suggesting.
Thank you. That does sound like a very logical motion. Councillor Pusa, is that a point?
Seconded if needed. Is a second needed here? Yeah.
Well, we currently have the motion to call the question in voting, so we'll first vote on that, and then if that doesn't pass,
Wait, who called the motion to call the question? And if it would be friendly, could we modify motion to call the question after Abigail Popple has asked their question?
if the mover
Could that
of
be done, Speaker? Because then
Yes.
I'm amenable to that for sure. Yeah.
sure, listen, at this time, I'll allow it. I'm very much brain tired, so I if I don't have the right language, feel free to call me out on it. But we can definitely just motion to call the question after the speaking list has been exhausted. I think that would make sense. All right, with this modification to the motion, if you is there still any opposition on the floor? Right, seeing no opposition on the floor for this motion, we'll be moving on with the last speaker on the speaking list, and then moving on with the agenda. Abigail Popple, you have the floor for question.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm wondering if President Daryanani or someone on the board of directors maybe could clarify what typically constitutes as sufficient reason to suspend an officer, just because I think that would be helpful for everyone to know. So, for example, complaints from HR, or is it sufficient just to have like complaints to executives? Like, how does that work? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Sater.
Yeah, from my understanding, it can be quite variable. There may be a part about it in the Constitution, I don't quite recall, but in general, it is quite variable. There are a lot of reasons we may suspend someone. Given the current topic, like I would love to sit down and talk about it, but given the current topic and how the discussion has gone, I don't want to like further allow people to read into my statements. This is kind of a continuation of what's been going on tonight, where we're in a difficult position. I can speak as a member of the board, where we need to maintain confidentiality, we need to maintain certain, aspects, and we need to guarantee that like what we're saying isn't being read into. So I don't know how much I can say, but like generally we will always consult our lawyers on suspensions to make sure that they're acceptable, if they would happen or not happen.
Thank you. With this, we have exhausted this question period. We'll now be moving on to point number 9, a point for discussion. A discussion on the current environment / atmosphere at SMU and how to correct it. Forgot who moved this point for discussion. If you'd like to raise your hand. All right, so Val Masni, would you like to have the first speech?
Sure. I mean, I'm not opposed. I guess the first thing that I would like to say, well, just to remind everyone, this is a discussion, so it does not need to be questions. You can actually just make comments. So the first comment I'd like to make is that I would like this discussion to be generative, and so to try to kind of name problems, maybe solutions, and try to, stay as respectful as possible of everyone, I guess. And yes, I guess we have seen tonight that SMU can be. I don't see a timer anymore, so I don't know.
I was going to point out, Jazz, we can't see the timer anymore. If you could just pull it out.
Okay, cool. Because
I'm so sorry.
That's totally fine. It's just reassuring to me. But yeah, so we've seen that SMU environment can be highly toxic for many reasons, and I think it would be, just beneficial for us to have this discussion and to at least start something that hopefully can be pursued in Ledge Council or by the executives to enact policies, regulations to, just regulate really
what otherwise seems to be going wrong. But I welcome any testimony or anything people would like to add to that.
Thank you very much. Yes, so to complete that, discussion points are discussions. There's no need for the question back and forth. You still do need to pass through the speaker to raise your points. All right, so all those wishing to be added to the speaking list, please raise your hands. So you already see.
Point of order.
Yes, Councilor Tiniakos.
If I seconded the motion, should I have the second speech, or should I be added to? Shouldn't I be having the second speech? Sorry.
There's generally no rule about this. I
Okay.
By like preference, always offer the first speech to the person who moves the discussion point, just to open. That way, the discussion focuses on what they wish the discussion be focused on. If you do wish, I would just suggest you raise your hand.
Okay,
and
perfect.
we'll add you to the speaking list as normal. All right. So, Councilor Tiniakos, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Well, I just want to, before I commence with my statement, I just want to point out that it's 3 a.m. where I'm currently am. I'm in Barcelona, and I'm willing to stay here as much time as needed. So it's important to mention that all the officers, when they assume office, they get a training on HR issues, confidentiality, and they get a training by the legal team at SMU on what they can say and what they cannot say to the board, and what can get the society sued. So the board of directors cannot disclose any type of information regarding the any case, especially one that it's on human resources, and that's what they've been telling us for the past 5 months. Whenever we ask them about the issue, the only one who can provide us any information is President Dariani. Now, I do gotta be quite honest here. It seems very suspicious that President Dariani is open to. He said he was open to providing any information to us, but when it came down to this letter from the lawyers, he even mentioned court to us, and I do not know how to. I feel personally can rule me out of order, but if there's something that's in the letter that the president does not want us to see, and as we express continuously, the whole General Assembly wants to know what's in this letter. If there's nothing to hide, then we can all move forward and then see what actions we can take against the board of directors if they actually put the president on suspension, on leave, without a proper excuse. But it was the President Dariani who mentioned to us that they commuted him through a letter by lawyers. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Pauling.
Thank you. So I am gonna just talk about what the point of this discussion was, which was the current environment atmosphere at SMU and how to fix it. So obviously there's been a lot of claims and a lot of people coming forward about their experiences at SMU, which is very brave, and I commend everyone who's come forward. But we do need to take these into account and act upon them instead of just listening, because that only goes so far. So SMU has this year we've tried to do many different things. We've completely reformed our HR system, and we have someone who's trying to reform it and make it better. At the past couple of meetings, both board of directors and legislative council, we've had the AVCs present. Maybe that is a precedent that we want to set, and to have them present at any kind of meeting like this. We've also, I've been working with Councillor Kusa and Councillor Javed to work on the anti-surveillance master plan. Maybe we want to work on something similar for anti-oppression as a whole, and that is something that students can mandate the executives to do. And I would be more than happy to start working on that, as it is something that is very close to my heart, obviously. So I think if we look at what has been done and how we can kind of expand upon that, to have concrete solutions instead of kind of just these growing tensions between each other, I think it would be really beneficial to start having that conversation, seeing what direction people want the executive to start to go into, because obviously we can try to come up with as many solutions as we want, but to have a student backing and to have the students tell us exactly how they want us to enact these solutions, if it's not just performing HR, but it's having a committee, if that's what they want to see, then that is what we will do. So I look forward to hearing any other solutions that you guys might think of.
Thank you. Councillor Dagduki.
Thank you. First thing I want to say is that having the ABCs present at Thursday's Legislative Council was very, very reassuring and super comforting. Like, the topic at hand was obviously one reason why the atmosphere was a little tense, but I think just in any situation or any council meeting, just having that reminder to take a break or to talk to one of the ABCs and to have that break room available is something that would be like amazing to have at every single council meeting that we have. So I just want to say big thumbs up for that. And then another thing I wanted to add to the conversation was that something that was mentioned a lot tonight is confidentiality and kind of the claims that it's been used to hide the workings of SMU. So I'm not very familiar with the confidentiality like rules of SMU. So I'd be willing to hear from any of the executives or other counselors or anyone associated with SMU who has more knowledge of that. And basically, two things I'd be interested in hearing, and one of them is how it's used to protect people, and then if there's any places where it's kind of being used the other way, maybe to hide transparency or against people, and how that can be changed.
Thank you. I'll now call on speakers. If you wish to be added to the speaking list, please raise your hand now. Sam Barron, Councillor Tiniakos, Vice President Pure. All right. Just 1 second. We're just starting this new system, but I'll just let you know once you're done. Once you can speak. Vice President Sater can be added to the list. Perfect. All right. Sam Barron, you have the floor for 2 minutes. Sure.
Yeah, so one thing that I can point to in terms of being more accountable to students and being able to kind of not necessarily circumvent this confidentiality thing, but at least do better about it in terms of transparency is I know that the SMU gendered and sexual violence policy is handled by the anti-violence coordinators. And I know that there are some things related to that specifically that I see as slightly problematic. I think that the fact that the AVCs run that despite being students makes it so that that policy is not necessarily as strong as it could be in the eyes of a lot of students. And so I think that by maybe professionalizing the AVCs and moving it to potentially more of a permanent position to somebody who, like, not to say that the AVCs are unqualified. I think they absolutely are incredible at what they do and they're a great resource. But I think if they're going to be running investigations, they should probably be a little bit more qualified to deal with the situations that we see pop up in those specific scenarios. I know that the conversations we've been having tonight are not necessarily surrounding gender and sexual violence, but just going forward, potential solutions, response to Vice President Paul, and that's something I can point to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tiniakos.
Oh, sorry, my phone lagged for a minute. So I know the point is about current environment in the SSMU, and I don't know if any of my fellow councillors share this feeling, but I do not feel comfortable with the current composition of the executives, especially when I heard a former arts representative 2 years ago and then who became senator make comments that made a lot of my female colleagues uncomfortable. And well, now they're in the executive. I do gotta say that we ran a pretty smooth society over the past 6 months, and I'm grateful for the presence of the anti-violence coordinators. In fact, at the beginning of this meeting, when I had a panic attack when listening to the statements of one of the members of the executive, and I'm sad that right now our Vice President of University Affairs is not able to be with us. And I guess it's also a way for us counselors to tell the society right now how we feel. Well, in my end, no, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but in my end, I would like to society know that I do not feel comfortable with the current membership of the executive because of my past experiences.
Thank you. Vice President Pune.
I have loved the ideas that I've heard so far from both Sam Barron and Councillor Dr. Duki, and I have written them down. And I really like the idea of perhaps professionalizing both the AVCs and possibly the equity commissioners as well, and maybe looking into an avenue for that in order to make the way that we do not reports, but like coming to people with issues a bit better. And I'm actually working on a media transparency plan that I was hoping to bring forth to the Legislative Council next meeting, and maybe adding a clause on confidentiality and how that works within the SMU in terms of information and how it's enacted could be helpful, and adding to a transparency policy that I already had written in the plan to be enacted within the next year. Obviously it's still like a draft and will only be presented March 24th, but it is already something that I'm working on. So if anyone else has any ideas on what can be added to this plan, I would be more than happy to share it with counselors, with students, in order to make sure that it is adequately representing what students want to see in terms of transparency from the SMU.
Thank you. Vice President Sater.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the questions about confidentiality from a while back. Generally how we work with the board of directors, because confidentiality, as kind of been mentioned tonight, is often a very gray topic. None of us are lawyers. We obviously can receive training, but none of us are lawyers at the end of the day. And so generally our policy is to consult lawyers when these questions come up. So like, for example, tonight, there may be some things we could have mentioned and that we had to say were confidential because we can't consult our lawyers right now. And I'm sure we'll be doing it at the soonest availability. I think from a generative standpoint, I think would be quite useful for us to possibly bring in lawyers to discuss confidentiality on these sorts of issues at a meeting of the Legislative Council so we can be all on the same page. And so maybe people are more comfortable that it's not the execs coming in or directors coming in and saying, hey, this is confidential, and instead that we have a clear third party that outlines why certain things are confidential, and so that the Legislative Council will have more trust that we're not using it to hide information, but doing it because we're legally required to do so.
Thank you. Alexandra Mișescu.
Hello. Sorry if this is going to be a little bit broken a little bit. I'm feeling very emotional as I read my question. So last LC, it was made very clear that many women identifying people are feeling unsafe with the current environment in SMU, and these views also coincidentally were expressed much more with the return of the president. I myself broke down after the meeting because it was so hard to listen to other women identifying people speak about their trauma. It has also been clearly established today by Councillor Tiniakos why the board must maintain confidentiality. Given that the only person who has the power to end this difficult conversation for us is President Daryanani, would it be possible for Mr. President to come forth with a letter and help us begin the process of mending our wounds? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now be taking motions on the floor. Councillor Husa, is that a motion?
Point of information.
Yes.
Are we not still in the discussion section?
Yeah, so the way let me find it. The exact rule if I find it. Or actually, I'll just explain it straightforward. The rule of function is that every 5 speakers or more at the diocese discretion will be asking for motions, and if there is a motion to call a question, we'll be voting on it, or any other such motions. If not, we'll just be continuing on with taking more speakers.
Okay, then motion to extend the debate.
No need to extend.
Oh, okay.
Like it automatically we continue if there's no motions.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Can I, I don't know, point of clarification or information /
Yes.
inquiry, all of that. I wonder if we can suspend the specific rule of 5 intervention motion to allow people to just be added to the speaking list. That way, if people want to present motion, they are not cutting the speaking turn of someone who wanted to speak. Does that make sense?
So instead of having a speaking list, you'd like to have like a set amount of speakers before we take motions?
No amount of speakers to take motions, just people who want to present motion be added to the speaking list without specifying why, and then they'll just present a motion when it's their turn. That way, they're not cutting someone who wanted to speak and give their idea, because this is meant to be a discussion, it's meant to be fruitful, and we don't want to, I don't want to silence anybody because of procedures, if that makes sense. But if it is within SMU rules, then we can vote on my proposition to do it differently.
So I understand what you mean. I will not sustain this as a motion because the way that would end up going would be that instead of having motions once the list has been exhausted, we're going to have a motion randomly in the middle of the list with people still on the list, and then we'll end up having to take the same unorthodox motion that we took before to call the questions after the speaking list has elapsed. So instead, we'll just be like periodically asking for motions, and if there's no motions, we don't need to propose a motion. We can just continue on as is with debate.
I would appeal the decision of the chair that the motion is out of order. It's not out of order just because the speaker doesn't think it's a good idea.
I have a point.
Yes, Vice President Paulet?
Yeah, I just don't think this falls within Robert's rules, and that's what we have to follow in terms of debate.
That's essentially what I'm trying to get to. I mean, listen, at this point, I think we have been interrupting debate consistently with matters of procedure. It's almost 9:30. If there is a majority vote, I'd be open to adopting this method as unorthodox as it is. If there is not, we'll just be continuing on. So if you want to appeal the decision of the chair, feel free to do so, and we can take a second if there's a second to this appeal. And if this motion passes, we'll be continuing on with a vote on adopting this new method. So in this case, is there a second to appealing the decision of the chair? Councillor Kusa?
Point of information, I would do it, but I just don't get what happened. I'll second for the sake of it, but I just don't understand what is the appeal. But I'll second if we need it, if we need one. But I'm overall confused. But yeah.
So essentially, I ruled out of order a method of proceeding with the discussion because it does not fit within the rules. And Asa wished to appeal the decision of the chair to instead use this method of discussion. Does that make sense?
I think, well, I don't want to speak for Asa at all, but it is also because you ruled it out of order without submitting it to a vote of if people want to use that method or not, which to my understanding, the GA is sovereign, and so we can decide on kind of, but that's maybe more ideological.
I'll second on the grounds of having people's voice heard.
Sure. We can move on with voting. Actually, is anybody opposed to appealing the decision of the chair?
I am.
All right, so we'll be proceeding with a vote. Please vote using the reactions as we did
Point of order.
before. Yes, Asa?
The appeal is debatable.
It is. Apologies. It's the first time that I have to do with the appeal. 1 second, please. All right. Would like to motivate the appeal?
Sure. So the meeting adopted Rule 6 at the beginning of the meeting that has this unusual limit that I don't think I've seen before outside of SMU that limits motions to every 5 speakers, and that regardless of the merits of that, I believe a member has the right to make a motion to suspend that and allow motions whenever. And I haven't heard grounds from the speaker or anyone else for ruling that motion out of order without allowing the assembly to decide on it.
Thank you. All those wishing to speak? Councilor Tiniakos?
I believe this method was adopted by the General Assembly just for the purpose of getting through the contents of the whole meeting as a whole. I don't know if I understood it correctly before, but whether it was something an attack against the speaker. But I mean, we're all here. It's been already 3 hours. We just want to go through the stuff, and try to make some order out of what we're presenting. We can suspend the rules at any point if any member of the assembly wants to do it. But in this case, for the speaking list, we're just trying to every 5 speakers have a new list of speakers just to make it more inclusive. We're not. I don't feel like we're trying to restrict the motions at any point. And everyone's still welcome to present their ideas.
Thank you. Councilor Daguki?
Yeah, I'd just like to add also that this motion is to appeal the decision of the chair, and the decision of the chair was not to approve a motion that would restrict when motions were given, which goes against, as I believe VP Paulin said, the rules of Robert's rules. So I believe that the speaker's decision should be upheld, and therefore this motion should be denied.
Thank you. Vice President Bonet?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is the most efficient way to conduct debate. We have a set list of 5 speakers, and then if no one else wants to speak, at least we go straight into motions without having to, ask for motions on the floor right in the middle of debate. I think, it's worked in the past. It's been working for us here, and it doesn't silence anyone, and it actually makes debate go quite a bit faster. So I'm for the way we've been doing things so far.
Thank you. Asa?
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to interrupt with a point. So the 5-member speaking list, that's the standing rules that were adopted at the beginning of the meeting. That's point 6. I'll just read it for reference. After every 5 members speaking on a given question or at the speaker's discretion, the speaker shall entertain a subsidiary or a privileged motion, such as motions to amend, call the question, or recess to adjourn. So that was what the motion on the table after the speaking list was. The speaker did not have to pick that many people on the speaking list. They could have stopped it at 5. So that was where the speaker's discretion came in, but these were rules that were adopted at the beginning of the meeting. They're not arbitrary.
Thank you very much. Asa?
Yeah, I based on the debate so far, I think it might be confusing what this motion is. I think I might have heard 1 or 2 people read it backwards, and confuse this motion with the motion that the ruling was made on. So I'm not taking a position on whether we should or shouldn't change that rule. My position is just that the member has the right to make a motion to change the rule. Right? We're not voting on whether or not to change the rule. What we're voting on here is on this appeal is whether or not the speaker has the right to unilaterally rule out of order a motion to change that rule on the basis of, again, no rule that I have that I have heard. So if you vote in favor of my appeal against the ruling of the chair, that would be a vote that the member has the right to make this motion. That would change the rule and allow members to make motions, regardless of whether you think that's a good idea. That would be a separate vote that I believe would require a 2/3 vote.
Just point of clarification, I'm a little bit confused as to what we're voting on, because I was under the impression we were talking about the motion to appeal to the decision of the chair, not on the fact that like the chair is allowed to make a unilateral decision, which like technically he is, or they are. Am I
Yes.
understanding that correctly, Speaker?
Yeah, I honestly, I was also quite confused. I understand the point. If I'm being completely honest, and I will be, I would consider this entire motion out of order. But since it's a motion to appeal the decision of the chair, it would be completely undemocratic to do so. As such, I'll be taking two more. Yes.
Point of personal privilege. Could I ask that this debate around the format of the motion end in order to prioritize the voices of women and gender minorities who actually want to talk about their experience on SNU? I feel like we're talking about the wrong thing here.
Yes. I'll be taking one more speaker just for the sake of debate, since this motion needs to be debated. And if you wish to appeal that decision of taking one more speaker, feel free to do so. Val Masti, you have the floor.
Yeah, I think what is relevant here in this appeal is really the independence of the speaker from this assembly and remaining neutral. That means not making any decision for this assembly, whether they think it is right or not. And I think we have entertained other suspension of rules before, and so I would invite the speaker to be careful and to not let their opinion taint the way they decide if motions are out of order or not.
I would like to make a point here. It's the job, like a point of order, like it's the job of the speaker to make rulings based off of their knowledge of the point, like of the Robert's rules. So I don't believe the speaker's done anything wrong.
Vice President, I appreciate, but that would not be out of order discussion.
I retract.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to finish, I would appreciate if you would be able, when making such decisions, to cite the rule that kind of says it isn't allowed purely for, I guess, learning. That being said, I do agree with Councillor Kusa. I will retract my motion, but because I don't believe it is pertinent anymore, I was in the goal of facilitating debate, but I still believe wholeheartedly in the independence of the speaker, and I believe you've done a good job so far. So please, don't let this affect you in any way. Just, it is good to remind each other of that, I guess.
I appreciate it. So just to clarify, my opposition to my calling out of order of your motion was entirely based on my primordial job here, which is to facilitate debate. In my view, I wanted to avoid essentially complicating things, and I wished to continue debate as I saw functioned well. Now, because I saw there was significant opposition, is why we are here discussing this at this time. I appreciate the compliment on my performance, but just to make it very clear, my opposition was not based on any opinion or other form of opposition, ideological opposition. It was entirely based on practicality. Also, the motion to appeal hasn't been retracted because that's an other motion proposed by ASA. So,
I mean, if the underlying motion that the ruling was on is withdrawn, then I'm happy to withdraw my appeal.
That's perfect. As such, we'll be withdrawing the motion and continuing debate, unless there is another point Is there another point?
I do have a quick point as well. I noticed there were some comments about parliamentary procedure or confusion. If there are ever any questions throughout the meeting, I am here as the speaker on call to answer questions, and Jazz is also here as the parliamentarian, and you can DM us with questions so that way we can keep debate going and make sure that everyone's voice is able to be heard before we adjourn.
Thank you. All right, with this, if there's no further points, we'll be taking speakers for the list. Councillor Tiniakos, Councillor Pusa, Councillor Applegate, Councillor Dagduki. We'll take one more, if there is. If not, I'll call someone after.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. My hand was still up from the time I spoke about the appealing of the decision. I did not mean to keep it for the generic discussion.
No worries, we can review from there.
I'm sorry, I missed who is after Councillor Applegate.
Councillor Dagduki.
Thank you.
All right. So if there's no further people who wish to be signed onto the list, we'll be going on with the three that have currently been signed on. So Councillor Pusa, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. So just checking, Speaker, that I'm answering the current environment that atmosphere to, right? This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, the discussion point number 8.
Cool. Okay.
Or number 9A.
Yes, thank you. So when I entered SMU, I honestly wanted to do a lot of change, and I wanted to change the way that SMU works, and wanted to make it more accessible, etc. And I've tried to do that numerous times as a representative of art students and as a director. And I can tell you that as a woman and a woman of color, I face double standards that my cis male identifying peers do not face. And my cis male white identifying peers do not face too. I'm tired, and I'm tired to work for a space where I don't feel safe and I don't feel valued, and I feel it's the immense labor that me and other women and women of color do on SMU go unnoticed. My experience is not unique. It's the experience that many women involved in SMU share. I'm just in a place of privilege where I can share my sentiments. And regarding on how to correct the environment, I think that a major structural change in the way that SMU works is needed. SMU and SMU leadership needs to be representative of their constituency, and I think that there's a major disconnect between SMU and McGill undergraduates because as it stands today, the society does not represent its students. And I also think that we need to center the solutions around women, gender minorities, and women of color who are the people at the center. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Applegate.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. So I hope I'm not taking too much of a leap here, but I'm here as the first year representative, and I'm here to advocate for first years. It took me like a very long time to realize the ongoing atmosphere of SMU and overall to understand at least a bit how SMU operates. Most first year students do not know about the SMU, whether it be about what it is or how it works. And frankly, I kind of like don't blame them, but I don't want my fellow first years or any other students for that matter to continue on with their university life, all the while being led by a student society that has such a toxic work environment. Like, I don't want them to think SMU is not more than a so-called corrupt organization that doesn't call out toxic behavior enough and that isn't like consistently transparent with them. There, as Councillor Kusa just said, there seems to be like a need to restructure at least some parts of the SMU, putting an emphasis on like transparency, accountability, and detailing what confidentiality entails, which I believe Sarah has already started working on, as they mentioned. Yeah, overall, like we are like quite literally the future of this organization, like the first year students, and we all need this mood to change if we want it to continue being like a thing, and if we want to have as many students as possible involved in running. So yeah, I guess I just urge everyone to keep all what's happening in mind, and yeah, just so that genuine change can happen. I know I'm not necessarily offering solutions right now, but it's just something to like, yeah, I guess keep in mind. Like, I just wanted to voice that out because I'm representing a lot of people, so yeah.
Thank you so much. The speaker had to take a break, so I'm going to be stepping in. Councillor Daduki.
Thank you. I just wanted to add two maybe solutions that we could think about. It's really difficult to target, an entire environment, but one thing I think would help is having more women and minority in positions of power, like relative to SMU. And one idea I had is just better training. Speaking as a counselor, I am clubs rep, and I got elected in the early fall. It was a little late, or usually at the end of the previous semester, but this year, early fall. And I kind of came in and training was a little haphazard, and I've been figuring out a lot of stuff on the go. I've talked to some execs, VPs who have said that they weren't provided with exit reports from previous years. And I think just having stronger institutional memory and providing better training allows everyone, but also specifically women and people of color, to just kind of have the training and have the background info they need to be able to speak up in council, join board of directors, or just essentially permeate those upper echelons of SMU and be able to create change as well.
Thank you. We'll now be taking further speakers. All those wishing to speak, please raise your hand now. Val Masni. Vice President Pone. Any further speakers?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no worries. All right. Val Masni, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I totally echo what was said last, and I think this year, particularly with the general manager being on leave, and I believe he might still be, it definitely doesn't help institutional knowledge to be kind of promulgated through SMU, and I wonder then if putting kind of all of that burden or power into one position specifically is helpful for future executives, counselors, and so forth.
Thank you. Vice President Pone.
Thank you. I really liked Councillor Dakduki's recommendation. Perhaps having our first council meeting as being a meeting of like trainings, and the first maybe like hour to be trainings about how SMU operates, a gender and sexuality training, an equity training. Could be really helpful, and have it already scheduled. I know sometimes for board we'll have trainings during our meetings, so making it more accessible instead of trying to find a time when all counselors are available can be really difficult. I also hear what people are saying about institutional knowledge, and I'm working on trying to make that happen. Definitely having a general manager have all of that on their shoulders is very difficult, and also alienates full-time staff from the more political aspect of the SMU and what committees are doing, which affects their day-to-day jobs. So I'm trying to get full-time staff as advisors on committees in order to have that kind of institutional knowledge that can be passed down from year to year. So those are some things that I've been working on, but obviously love to hear more about the experience of counselors and how you all have felt in terms of like your experience on council, because obviously the executives come in knowing all of this stuff because we did a month of training. So I'm open to hearing more. Our term is very close to being over, but there's still a lot of problems that we want to solve. So I'm happy we're having this discussion now and hopefully trying to get as much as these issues at least starting to be solved.
Thank you. Well, I'll be taking all the speakers on the floor currently. So Councillor Reinfeldt.
Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor. I'm just gonna also call on Val Masni. And Councillor Dagduki.
Just forgot to lower my hand, sorry.
Oh, no worries. All right, so Councillor Dagduki after Councillor Reinfeldt, and then Vice President Sater.
Am I speaking now?
In a second, I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks.
And Vice President Sater. All right, Councillor Reinfeldt, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think it's important to kind of like contextualize a bit and build a bit on what I think Councillor Appleby was saying, especially in terms of the way that first years view SMU, but also more importantly, the entire McGill student body view SMU. Is that, and I don't want to undermine or downplay anything at all that's been said tonight or on Thursday night. All extremely important to note and to work on and to solve. But I think there's only a small part of what the general McGill student body sees. And I think it's just important to remember that. And I'm not even sure that the current discussion is the biggest reason that people are hesitant to get involved in SMU. And so it's just something I think is very important to keep in mind, that there's only some one piece of it, but there is so much more as well that should also be worked on in terms of how people view SMU and why they're so unwilling or hesitant to be involved in it.
Thank you. Councillor Dagduki.
Thank you. I also wanted to add something from my experience as clubs rep and just being on clubs, which is I kind of want to look at discussion of GSVP training, so that's gendered and sexual violence prevention. And that's something along with equity training and a bunch of other trainings that are provided to clubs execs. And I believe also like a lot of the SMU execs and counselors. And I'd just like to find a way or discuss whether there's a way to better implement that. Like even if it's adding like a quiz at the end that people have to fill out, because I'm aware of a lot of people who will log into the Zoom, turn off their camera, not listen to the entire presentation. And I think that defeats the purpose. But on the other hand, you kind of have to look at a lot of, I'm speaking specifically to club execs, they're just kind of there for their club and they don't think any of this important, even though it is, but it's just time that they feel is taken out of their day. So if anyone has any solutions or recommendations, because I feel like even though a lot of the environment doesn't come from club members and the general student body, just implementing that in a stronger fashion on all of campus should or will hopefully help improve the atmosphere.
Thank you. Vice President Sater.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent point that's being made about training. I think a lot of the disconnect that happens in SMU is kind of the kind of half identity that SMU is. It's a student union, but it's also a company. It's an institution that has these massive political bodies, general assemblies, legislative assemblies, committees, while also having 30 permanent staff, over 100 casual staff. And I think that dual identity kind of exemplifies it best, and it's why I think we often find ourselves talking past each other in Ledge Council, is because it's very easy to forget kind of that difference, and executives very often live in that more corporate day-to-day work environment, while counselors and general membership live in the more political aspects of it. And I don't know if I have a solution to it. I think trainings would be very useful, but I think it's one of the major issues is bridging that divide. I know I can speak for myself. I'm currently in the 13th hour of my workday today. And so my experience with SMU is a lot more all-encompassing and a lot more work-focused than it is for other people. And so when we have these discussions, when we have these conversations or disagreements at Ledge Council, I think we're often finding each other talking past each other because we just have different interpretations or different visions of the society because our realities are just completely different. And I think there needs to be more I don't know what it would be. I don't know if training, I don't know if conversations, but I think there needs to be more of an understanding of what those elements mean, a better representation of what SMU is. Because a lot of the way that students interact with SMU are, headlines or newspaper articles that focus on very specific issues, and those issues are tremendously important. And those sometimes can bring a dichotomy between what SMU is and what SMU is perceived as being. And so people are afraid of participating, afraid of being able to interact with the institution, and then that institution then loses the opportunity to get something countless ideas.
All right. At this time, I'll be calling for motions, but before I do so, I would like to inform the GA of two small things. First off, it is getting late for a lot of people. We have been bleeding out GA members throughout the night. The normal stop for SMU meetings has been 10 p.m. Since I've been speaker. It's been the time that I've set. Because we're still very far from completing the agenda, we can go on to 10:30 about. But I do want to note for a lot of people, they're running low on battery. The places they're in are closing. And as such, I would urge you all to consider speeding through the rest of the meeting. With this, are there any motions on the floor? Councillor Infeld?
I just wanted to respond to Councillor Dukduki, but I can, in the interest of time, it's not the most important thing, so I don't need to.
All right. Councillor Tiniakos?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have a point of information. I don't know if I can make that right now.
Sure.
So to bring forward, according to the Constitution, to remove an officer, the body can mobilize itself and bring forward sort of like a letter to the Speaker to call for the Board of Directors to then call for the special General Assembly. Now, the number of required signatures is 50. Do we just have to provide you with let's say a Google form that has all the signatures, all the required signatures present, and states, Mr. Speaker, we, the signatories, would like to call a special General Assembly to start the process, I don't know, to impeach Officer XYZ.
All right. I don't want to give a definitive answer because this is an important matter. I want to make sure I'm 100% right. I'll get back to you before the end of the meeting. Is that okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Sorry, Vice President Dupree?
I believe I have the answer as well as a couple of corrections to Councillor Tiniako's points if you'd like me to proceed.
Keep it under a minute. And
absolutely. Sorry, my dog's getting really excited because I haven't given him attention in a while. But it's not 56 signatories, it's 200 signatories that can be submitted in any form as long as the signatories can be verified to the Speaker for the Speaker to set, if I'm not mistaken, said special General Assembly where the quorum is 350 students. And in those 200 signatories, no more than 50% of the signatories can come from one faculty, and the signatories have to come from at least 4 faculties, I believe.
All right, thank you very much for this clarification. Councillor Tiniakos, does that answer your question?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
All right, so any motions on the floor this time? Councillor Tiniakos?
Sorry, keep my hand.
Vice President Dupree?
Just as an answer to Councillor Tiniako's leftover hand. Sorry.
Okay. Any motions on the floor this time?
Actually, just yes, point of inquiry. I wonder if it would be possible for the person who wanted to respond to Councillor Dukduki. I don't remember which name it was, but please say what you had to say and not because you feel rushed. I think we can take one more intervention for sure.
Well, while I appreciate this point, we can definitely continue on with conversation. I think at this time the president's phone has died, and so we've lost the president from the meeting. This is why it's not to rush anybody. It's just this is the matter of doing these sorts of meetings when we have to do substantive affairs. So if there's no motion, we will continue taking speakers though. There's no worries on that. Councillor Kusa.
Point of information, could the counselor who was looking for recommendations send their email to the chat so that we can email them with ideas? That might be more productive maybe. But also Abishai, you're welcome to also talk.
Yeah, so seeing as there's no motions, we'll be taking speakers at this time. All those wishing to speak. Abishai Feld.
Okay, so I'll say what I was going to say then before. In response to about Councillor Duki said, I actually cut out for a moment when she was speaking, but I think I got what she was saying about people paying attention in trainings. That I think that this isn't necessarily a solution, but once we go back to in person more, I do think that it will help a lot in terms of getting people to actually pay attention more to the trainings and understand what's being said and really process it. I'll admit from personal experience, having gone to some trainings as a separate from my SMU responsibilities, just part of other clubs, I've sometimes drifted off a bit and not fully paid attention. It's a very easy thing to do, as I'm sure we all do when we're on Zoom. But I do think that simply going back to in person should hopefully help a lot with that.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? All right, is there any motions? Vice President Paulet.
Motion to call the question?
That's in order. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice President Delouvrier. With this, is anybody opposed to calling the question? Seeing no opposition, we'll call the question here and move on to the next item of the agenda. We're moving on to new business, starting with the motion regarding nomination of the auditor for the 2023 fiscal year. Just by the way, before we move on to the motion, emails have been posted in the chat to discuss further these ideas and questions. So feel free to note them down and contact these people. We'll now be moving on. Vice President Sater, you have the floor to present your motion.
Yeah, for sure. So this is the motion regarding the nomination of the auditors. This is something the General Assembly needs to do every year to make sure that the Financial Society are properly audited each year. The company that we have been working for the past few years and that we are hoping to continue to work with is Orlando. They are excellent. And honestly, they're excellent at what they do. Not only do they generally, audit us properly and make sure that our transactions are all legitimate and that there's nothing shady going on, but they're also very good at explaining issues that we may have so that we can fix them. Our accounting team is very happy with them. I spoke to our head of accounting, Comptroller Desmond, who himself has an auditing background and he speaks very highly of them. I worked with them back in the summer and I had no problem with them. Honestly, there's no reason not to continue with them. And yeah, I strongly urge the committee to simply pass this motion. They're really good at their job.
Thank you. We'll now be entertaining questions on this motion. All those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hand now. Vice President Delouvrier.
Can I motion to call the question?
Yeah.
So moved.
All right. Does somebody wish to second? Vice President Sater.
Second.
All right. Is anybody opposed to calling the question? All right. Seeing none, the question has been called. At this time, I'll be posting a poll. Right. Regrettably, the poll function seems to have been disabled. Vice President Paulet? Yes?
Yeah, I just have a question. Would this have to be sent to the referendum, considering we don't have quorum?
It would have to be sent to a legislative council for full approval. So this would be like a recommendation to be approved.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
All right. Seeing as I can't the polling function needs to be disabled. We'll be voting as we did before. If you wish to abstain, simply do not vote at this time. Is anybody opposed to this method of voting? It's just me straw polling. Okay, seeing nobody's opposed.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry.
I was gonna say, for abstaining, should they just put like the coffee emoji so that they're like actually making an action and they're not away from their computer, or is that?
Sure, we can do that. That's a good idea. All right. So the coffee emoji if you're abstaining. All right. So at this time, please vote. All right, seeing no opposition and no abstention, this motion passes unanimously. Sadly, because the votes are turning on and off, I did not have a clear number to give, but just for the record, it was between 7 and 9. All right, moving on to the reports. Now, some executives have had to leave. And as such, it will not be held against them that the reports will not be presented, but they'll be able to present a report at a further date. We'll begin with the report of the Board of Directors.
Alex, if we could take like a break for a second so I can switch tabs and figure out how to do the reports because they're all in different formats. I would need like a minute to just fix that.
Sure, I also think it's getting quite late, so we can take a 5-minute break. If somebody would wish to, if somebody can move for that.
So moved.
Awesome. I heard 2 voices, so if
I'll
somebody wants to second.
I'll
Awesome. Is anybody opposed to a 5-minute break? All right, we'll be recessed for 5 minutes. If everybody can raise their hands or just make a reaction so I can see if everybody's back. Okay, it seems like the majority of people are back, and it seems like the reports are working. Awesome. So we'll now move on with the reports. Vice President Poirier, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm gonna show my face to keep this a little interesting. So hello. Do be warned, I have not read this report before, so we're going to go with it as we go. Okay, so what is the board of directors? If you guys were not here last time, you get a little overview. So we are currently, well, the board of directors is supposed to be 12 members. We are in the process of ratifying our 4 members at large at the moment. And 4 executives, 4 counselors, some of which are here tonight. And the general manager is usually an ex officio member of the board to give counsel. So that's what the board looks like. In order to be part of the board, you need to be 18 years old, a citizen of Canada, not be bankrupt, you know, be in a good legal standing in order to, because, you know, you take care of really important stuff, so you need to be a good person. So it is the highest governing body of the SMU, as we've spoken about quite a bit today. It's responsible for the finances, the operations, the human resources, and the legal aspects. So basically everything that LC does not do, board of directors does. And it usually ratifies the resolutions passed by LC because it is a higher body than the Legislative Council. So some of the decisions that have been made in the last couple of months since we last spoke. So we ratified the judicial case SPHR v. SMU. We did a bunch of SMU committee reformations. The HRC was reformed, BOMCOM was dissolved, and the governance review committee was completely rethought out. We purchased video security equipment for Gert's Bar and Cafes. It's now open again. We approved our budget for activities that went to 2022, which was a success. And also we did the purchase of respiratory style masks, which are available for all students on campus at the moment, and which we're still giving out. So that's kind of the big things the board has been up to since the fall. If you have any questions, I'm not sure if you can ask them now, but you can definitely email me, or you can email board@smu.ca to get, so everyone on board can see it. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We actually do have a Q&A session.
Amazing.
So anybody wishing to ask a question, please raise your hand now. All right, seeing no questions, we'll be moving on to the next report. All right, so has any executive been charged by the president to present the report? If not, we'll be skipping the report of the president.
No, but I can present it if you wish.
Just because the president didn't give me, didn't tell me that he wanted somebody else to present, I think it'll be safer to simply skip over it, and we can get back to it at a.
I have a question. Are these reports available online?
Yes,
Okay,
they should
fine.
all be uploaded. All right. Le vice-président aux affaires externes, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup et bonjour à tous. Merci d'être là et d'être resté aussi longtemps. Yeah, I'm gonna do my report and what I've been up to over the last few months, / what the portfolio as a whole has been up to the last few months. So first, a quick overview of what the portfolio, for those of you who don't know. I'll try and keep it brief, just considering how late it is. But essentially, officially, the mandate of the VP External is really centered around relationship keeping and affairs that are external to the society. That includes external affairs, so union relations, relationships with all 3 levels of government, municipal, provincial, and federal, as well as relationships with other student unions, of course, there's community relations, political affairs, union affairs, and Black affairs. And then there are also a few other non-official mandates. The Vice President of External Affairs has, and by the way, if you're interested, the nomination period was just extended, but that the Vice President of External Affairs has a consulting capacity and a sort of stake in, which are Francophone affairs, Indigenous affairs, and popular education. Next slide, please. So regarding external affairs, last semester you might have seen that it said external affairs coordinators, which has been changed to a commissioner role, as well as obviously the hiring and the onboarding of the policy and mobilization researcher. So one of the main things within external affairs, and I mean that part of the portfolio, is UCRU, the undergraduates of Canadian research intensive universities. UCRU just had its lobby week early January, during which time I and fellow VP externals of the members of this coalition had the chance to meet plenty of members of government and advocate for multiple pre-selected topics to them, which included mental health, student employment, student financial aid, as well as supporting students with disabilities. There's also government relations. There's international students, the Auditor Society, which is another coalition in which we have a big stake in, which has just been reevaluating its positions on a lot of important topics, and through which we've been able to reaffirm our commitment to certain topics such as la gratuité scolaire ou le support des travailleurs du sexe, and something a little bit more governance oriented that I've been working on is the creation of an external representation committee to really involve the student body and counselors as a whole in the decision-making process of our external relations. What kind of advocacy do we sign on to, as well as just UCRU wants to start fee levying in a couple of years. Let's make a decision as a group. That's the intention behind it. Next slide, please. Obviously, there's community affairs, which is really important, for which we have a community affairs commissioner and a community engagement commissioner. We've been continuously working on advocacy regarding the Royal Victoria Hospital site. First of all, to support the Indigenous communities who spoke up about the topic, as well as hope to advocate for the non-privatization of the site. Furthermore, within community affairs, there's the Affordable Student Housing Plan that we work on with our partners at UTL. And great news, as of a few days ago, we officially found land to build the Affordable Student Housing Plan on. So if all goes well, we will be able to purchase the land and start building several hundred units of affordable student housing. And finally, another initiative that I've been working on with the Community Engagement Commissioner, and big shout out to her for putting it together, is the Student Hamper Program, which we're hoping to initiate for right around the end of my term, which would be a way to give back to students who are in more precarious financial situations. Next slide, please. Finally, regarding no, not finally at all. Sorry. Regarding political campaigns, there are two political campaign coordinators. Relevant stakes have been ongoing are, like I said, the Royal Victoria Hospital site. There's an overlap there, as well as the winter edition of advocacy towards safe and better academic accommodations with a return to campus. There's, of course, been the support to the affiliated political campaigns, Bill 21, Bill 2, Divest, as well as, thanks to the VP internals motion, the political campaign coordinators have had the chance to, I believe, work on the anti-surveillance master plan of the society. Next slide, please. Thank you. In regards to Black affairs and union affairs, Black affairs has seen a lot of things going on. We just recently passed unanimously at the Legislative Council a motion to bring to referendum the possibility of the Black affairs fee levy, which would enable so much. For the sake of time, I will let you consult the motion to know what. We've been working with McGill's anti-Black racism team to kind of consult on McGill's anti-Black racism plan and how to better it, as well as on our side of it, working through the Black Affairs Committee to accomplish that. And through McGill, SMU will soon have a space that we'll be managing for Black students in the Ferrier building, which is really exciting. In regards to union affairs, UCRU has been lobbying the U15 schools instead of U10 to try and grow the coalition. And as well, on my side and more internally, I've been working on reevaluating our coalitions and external affiliations to make sure that we're affiliated with up-to-date coalitions, up-to-date campaigns, and relevant campaigns to our student body. And other notes is that as VP External, something that's a little bit less flashy, but I'm equally excited about, is working on an entire digital infrastructure for the portfolio, which includes rebranding, new logo, new color code, new drive, new methods of communication, which will not only allow future VP Externals to better support affiliated political campaigns and affiliated stakeholders, as well as better engage with student body, but hopefully internally and operationally to the portfolio, it will make things a lot easier in regards to institutional knowledge. Furthermore, I've been working with my EA commissioners on advocacy regarding access to health and support resources within McGill. And I do sit on the CKUT Board of Directors, which, thanks to you, the student body continues to exist after last semester's referendum. So we've just been brainstorming a lot regarding what to do next at CKUT. And that is all. So if you have any questions, please let me know now, or feel free to email me at external@smu.ca.
Thank you very much. All those wishing to ask a question, please raise your hand now. Val Masni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I guess I was wondering if the VP External would expand on its work with, I'm assuming, the Mohawk mothers in regards to the rural Vic, and how the External Affairs Office is supporting them in their advocacy.
Thank you. VP External.
Thank you. Yeah, that's actually a really excellent question, and one that I'm happy to answer and to go more at length with if you want to book my office hours. But to give a little bit of a TLDR here, throughout the advocacy brief, the memoir, as well as the hearing that we had with the OCPM, we throughout strongly urged them to consider and obviously based a lot of our recommendations on to the recommendations and the concerns submitted by the Mohawk Mothers' memoir, as well as as well as Mohawk Nation uses its general published concerns. Throughout as well, we've released some statements in support of allowing for exploration of the sites, and something that has been said time and time again is if we were to get access to part of the site or the whole site, we would like to do things hand in hand with the local indigenous communities, so as to not only respect but tie them back into the process of what to do with that land, and hopefully strive towards our values of reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right. Just before we continue, Jess, I think the timer disappeared once again.
I think it's because I go to the slideshow mode, so I don't think the timer works there.
Oh, okay.
If I'll try again.
Worst case, I'll execs, when you do your presentation, just like keep your chat open, and if you see a message from me, that means your time is over. And if you can wrap up quickly, it'll be appreciated. All right, we'll now move on to the next report. VP Finance, you have the floor.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna try to move this as quick as I can, so I don't want to keep anyone up too late. So this is my report. So basically, I'll just give it the same summary I did last GA, but what does a finance portfolio do every day? So I work with clubs to manage their finances and help them with their bank accounts. I work with the services to process their expenses. We do general finances of the society. I work with accounting. We do both the club at the end of year audit. I do work with the funding committee and guarantee that funding is done properly, and I manage the health insurance plan. The 2021-2022 projects I've been working on is the evaluation and expansion of operational needs, service funds and COVID surpluses, re-examining our investment portfolio, the health insurance expansion for trans students, and other goals/projects. So what do I do? This is basically just a brief from the SMU Constitution, but basically my job is to just, in general, manage the day-to-day finances, give financial opinions on issues, manage the cash flow, write the budget, and do really anything that involves the operations of the society. So for clubs, I manage the creation, upkeep, and management of the bank accounts. I troubleshoot issues with club banking accesses, often just faulty tokens. If any issue ever comes up like that, please just come to my office hours and we'll fix it. And I also do general support / resources on how to certain types of payments work and how to generally write the contracts. And I do just sign off on all contracts for clubs. So services, I do budget review and variance analysis to make sure that they their budgets look good and spend all the money they collect from students. I approve purchases and record them through a variety of methods, but generally check requests. And I oversee their credit card use. I review their contracts and approve them. I help them with honorarium payments, and then generally I give advice on long-term planning, growth, and I help them pursue fee referendums when necessary. General finances, I ensure the long-term financial sustainability of the society. That's essentially the one line that you can reduce my entire role to. I create the annual budget from December to March. I'm currently in that process. I work on a long-term financial plan, so short-term investments and financial efficiency, staffing and operation needs, and the COVID surplus management. I manage the SMU cash flows, semestral fees, the investment portfolio that we have, although I'm not exactly actively investigating it. I always keep an eye on our investments. We do the annual audit from August to October, and we do the day-to-day financial controls, so credit cards and check requests. So for funding, I oversee the disbursement of over $350,000 a year. We do this through the funding committee, excellent committee. Everyone's super involved. It's really great. So we do the funding for every type of initiative. There are massive amounts there's a lot of money available and for a lot of really good causes, whether it's a first-year project, something to help the environment, something to start a charitable organization, something that you want to go represent McGill at a competition or a conference. There are countless funds, and honestly, all of them are underutilized because of COVID. A lot of activities were shut down. So we have significant surplus in these. So please apply if you have any initiative. I also manage a health insurance plan, so all SMU members are automatically enrolled in either the health dental plan or the dental plan. You can obviously ask for reimbursement and opt out of these plans. Our health plan is honestly pretty great for what it offers. It's a little over $300, I believe, for both, and it covers $750 of dental care per year. It covers prescription drug coverage. It covers psychology coverage. It covers tuition insurance. And in general, like there are a lot of things that are supported by the health insurance plan that are honestly vital. I would say this is about 60% of the value of SMU. It's just the fact that we have this health insurance plan that we manage. So current work on the health insurance plan. So we're currently reviewing and managing plan reserves, and we're looking at possible expansions to US surpluses, specifically expansions to help trans students. We're also reviewing e-counseling options and costs, and telemedicine will be up at the next referendum. We're also looking to expand the insurance plan to increase coverage and address issues relevant to marginalized students. We're doing this in March of April, which is the renewal period that we have. And we're currently doing work to refute regulatory directives. The government, we're currently in a little bit of a tussle with a government regulatory agency who's trying to end collective insurance. So student unions have kind of banded together to guarantee that we still have the right to have these sorts of programs for students. So for 2021, 22 projects in progress. The expansion of operational needs. So oftentimes, as mentioned in the 5-year plan, our staffing and operational resources are much smaller than comparable student societies. So we've been in the process of expanding our staffing operations, evaluate what departments need additional support. And we've done so. We have new staff members in governance, in HR, and operations, and other departments. And we're looking to keep hiring in these positions and guarantee that our staff is not overworked and that we have enough members to do the work that needs to be done. Also, like this is a discussion that comes up all the time. I'm not going to read this in detail, but we're looking at services and funds COVID surpluses. So as I mentioned, COVID surpluses have been quite significant. That's money that is essentially been collected from students that has not been spent, and money in accounts just very little for students. So we're looking at different ways to make that work better. I also re-examined our investment portfolio. So we shifted our investment portfolio. So this was the original plan, was actually to switch. Oh, time is up. All right, our investments are great and cool, and we're making more money for words distinction this year. I think that's it.
Thank you very much. If we can just scroll through the different slides really quickly. If you have any passing comments, okay, there you go.
And if anyone has any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Please raise your hands now. Okay, seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next report. The report of the VP UA. I think we didn't receive a report, right?
Yeah, we did.
Okay. VP Student Life.
I don't think Carla's here, but yeah, I got a text saying maybe in case people have questions, she's more than happy to take them, and you know, they can reach out to her. That's what I know.
Cool. So the report will be uploaded to the SMU website, and you'll be able to consult it there. And yeah, so if ever you have a question, you can send an email at studentlife@smu.ca. VP Internal Affairs.
Hello. Okay, let me make this full screen. Okay, so I'm gonna go through this really, really fast because I am tired. So basically what I do, I oversee communications, events, first year affairs, governance, and this year, for the first time, GERTS. So, oh my god, no, my picture is overlapping on communications. Okay, so communications. So I kind of, with the communications team, we rebranded the way our Instagram looks to make it look a little bit more appealing with like bright colors. We tried to do a little bit more exec takeover this year, although this really did ramp up in the past couple of weeks and has had really good engagement. So I wish it started a bit earlier, but things were a little crazy. Like I mentioned before, I'm working on a media and transparency plan. So this will also grow our social media team and communications team in general in order to get more information out to students. As well as really making SMU a platform for clubs and services. We have like club and service of the week, policy of the week. So really like bringing all aspects of the SMU into our communications to make everything more accessible for students. Okay, in terms of events, so SPIN has been doing a really, really great job this year. We had our Halloween event, which was a really big success. We had an online event, which was a medium success, but what do you expect from online events? And this year we're going to be doing FACO, but we're calling it FACO because it's only 2 days. And it's going to be in March on the 14th and the 16th. So theme is still not announced yet, but you can check everything out on SPIN Instagram. And it's going to be a lot smaller this year. I think only 500 people, but still going to be like interfaculty, and should be really, really fun. So a couple more events that are coming up are Grad Frosh, which is also being planned by SPIN. So I think we finally heard back from the venue. So we're just looking at budget-wise because it's a little bit more expensive than we would have liked. And SMU Awards is happening this year, so the nominations are now up. It's going to be on April 6th, I believe. Yeah, April 6th. And we're also collaborating with Scarlet Key and Awards of Distinction, so just have all of the awards we give out on the same night. So if you are interested, I would really suggest looking into the nomination kit. In terms of first year affairs, we did a little GERTS study with me. We did our first town hall. We're hoping to do a little prom in late March. It has been a dream of the first year council for about 2 years now, so we're really trying to get it done, as well as, you know, just smaller scale projects to boost morale for first year affairs. La commission des affaires francophones, donc on a passé le frais d'activité francophone, la motion pour l'amener au référendum. Donc, on espère que ça va passer. On essaie aussi de plaidoyer à l'administration pour plus de droits académiques, mais ils sont pas super intéressés dans la translation. Donc, on essaie de les pousser un petit peu, mais pas beaucoup de succès en ce moment. Et aussi, on va participer à FrancoFête cette année. Donc, on a 2 événements qui sont planifiés pour faire partie de cet événement culturel. And then finally, not finally, governance. I'm working on the committee reformation project, which I mentioned earlier, to have full-time staff part of committees to make them run more smoothly. I'm working on the 5-year plan. Consultations are underway. You can check out our socials. There should be a link for consultations. If not, just email me directly and I'll give you the link. Working on the anti-surveillance master plan with counselors, the media transparency plan, as well as a data collection and protection policy in order to make the information that SMU collects more safe. Finally, GERTS. So GERTS Cafe is open and it's going really, really well. We're going to be opening our bar at 100% capacity on March 7th. So yeah, we've had a bit of difficulties with COVID, but everything is back now. We had lots of events hosted this year. We're hoping to have a St. Patty's event in March. So all very, very excited, and clubs and any kind of group on campus is welcome to start sending emails to GERTS to start booking the venue for when we open in March. So that is all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to ask a question, please raise your hand now. All right. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the last point of the agenda, the adjournment. VP External Affairs.
Motion to adjourn.
That's in order. Mary Zhang.
Second.
That's in order. Is anybody opposed to adjournment? Seeing none, we have adjourned at 10:33 p.m. Thank you all, everybody, for being here and for powering through this very, very long meeting. And I appreciate you all taking the time to be part of the GA. Have a good night.
Thank you, Alex. Have a good night.